This is Java Hearts and Cupid Darts by Kimberly Krey. Chapter 1. Maggie. 3 years ago, my best friend is about to get married, and I've never even told a man I love him. Despite that, as I sit at one of the bridesmaids' vanities, a rare hum of potential buzzes over my skin. The word maybe floats to mind. Just maybe today is the day I'll meet the right one. The people closest to me, my sister Kirsten and the bride-to-be, Viv, say I quickly abandon hope by vacillating from one end of the spectrum to the next. One day I'm ready to fall in love and walk down the aisle. The next I'm swearing men off and taking a well-earned vacay from all things male. The truth is, I spend far more time at the I'm not ready end. The I doubt anyone's out there for me end. But here I am on the opposite end, feeling hopeful yet again. The dressing room is filled with other bridesmaids, all friends of mine, and all married now, save the bride's 3 younger cousins, who are out front taking selfies. Shaylee's seated at the vanity to my right. For her wedding, I was forced into a pastel green gown which did horrific things to my complexion. I'm a redhead, and while green usually looks good on me, accenting my light skin while complementing my hazel eyes, pastel green gives my already pale complexion a cadaverous cast. Maple, who's seated on the other side of Shaylee, blinks her lashes through a wand of mascara, lips slightly parted as she applies it with care. Her bridesmaid gowns were pastel too, and peach at that. I tried getting a spray tan like the other bridesmaids, but sadly, I ended up matching the dreaded shade. Ever seen a walking band-aid in heels? It's surprisingly not cute. When I thought it couldn't get any worse, Lindy Marshall, now Lindy Goodfellow, took the prize, most ill-fitting color by far. Butter yellow with urine-toned underlays for that added, pea-colored pop. Believe it or not, they looked fabulous on the other women. Most have darker complexions, and those who don't got another one of those trusty spray tans. Forget cadaver. I looked like I'd clawed my way out of a casket buried in a dog park. But there was one who suffered alongside me, donning every unflattering gown along the way, Viv O'Leary, the bride of the day. We've grown closer over the years, bonded by the common woes of being a redhead. Now it's Viv's turn to take her vows opposite a handsome, devoted groom. Her accent colors include, among shades of ivory and beige, a bold and beautiful emerald green. It's the color of not only my gown, but also of Viv's silky sash, which looks incredible next to her glowing wedding dress. My gown is tailored beautifully, and Chad, the groom, has enough single groomsmen to make me forget all about the dresses that did me dirty. At last night's wedding rehearsal, I met a few of them. Sadly, the best man, the one who's supposed to walk me down the aisle, hadn't shown, but I was assured he'd be here today. He's good-looking too, Viv insisted with wide and serious eyes. Really good-looking. I can't help but think that the stars are finally ready to align. The word maybe floats through my mind once more. I like it. It allows for possibilities. Perhaps Chad's cousin will embolden me to get past my fear of relationship failure once and for all. Not every relationship fails, I tell myself. Sure, Mom and Dad had a rough go at it. That's putting it lightly. Their back-and-forth relationship was dumpster fire toxic, and I took the brunt of it. But my sister Kirsten, who's 11 years older than I am, is happily married and has the most wonderful son ever born, save the Lord and Savior himself, Jack. When I focus on Kirsten and Greg's relationship, it gives me just enough hope to lower my guard. In fact, it makes me excited that a handsome single man will loop his muscular arm through mine, smelling all manly, of course. And I'll finally look my best in, let's face it, the gown of my dreams. There's just one little problem. I got in an untimely fender bender last night, and now I'm stuck wearing a neck brace, not the best-looking accessory. And it's not just any neck brace either. This thing looks like a medieval contraption. Its white plastic panels cradle my chest, ribs, and the entire backside of my head. And even in the gorgeous gown, I look like I just walked off the Star Wars movie set. There's an adjustable halo strapped around my forehead in case I, heaven forbid, attempt to turn my head half a centimeter. And in case that's not enough, the foam chin guard, which I might add, is squeezing my cheeks the way old ladies squish babies' faces, should do the trick. I can't even walk right, as hindering as the clunky thing is. Every step is a painstaking chore that makes me wonder why in heaven's name I came at all. Still, I choose to remain cautiously optimistic. Maybe Chad's cousin will take one look at me and think, what an awesome friend. Look how devoted she is. She'd make a great wife one day. In fact, I should consider this his first test. If Viv and Chad think me and the best man could make a good match, this is a great way to test the waters. See how shallow the guy really is. If he's Mr. Right, he'll see past the neck brace and give me a chance. A boost of confidence fills my chest because I can be very engaging. 2 college professors have told me so, and I don't take that lightly. I'll hold my head up, not that I could actually lower it if I wanted to, and resolve to make the most of this day. You know, Maggie, Lindy Goodfellow says, you really are lucky to be alive. Lindy sits at my right, filing her pointed nails while smacking her gum. I scowl at her reflexively, but it doesn't translate with the whole squished baby face thing. You're right, I finally say, resigned. I can't believe you actually came, says Maple with her maple-toned complexion that looks perfect in every color known to man. She moves the wand to her right eye and blinks some more. That was really sweet of you. You're better than I am, Shaylee inserts. I'd probably hide out until I was able to take that thing off. Same, Lindy agrees with another smack of her gum. I'll be in this thing for at least 4 weeks, I say, my tone defensive. I have to eat in it, sleep in it, and go to the bathroom in it. I can't just hide out for 4 whole weeks. Plus, I didn't want to let Viv down. She's waited her whole life for this day. Tears sting my eyes. Perhaps I should have stayed home. Who can focus on the wedding when the maid of honor comes out in more plastic than a stormtrooper? Aw, Lindy says, leaning far over to smooth a hand over my plastic hump of a neck brace. Maple follows suit, the 2 huddling around me, giving me awkward, delicate pats around the hindering device. I'm sorry, Maple says. This must be so difficult for you. Shaylee hasn't moved, but she pipes up from her place at the vanity. Yeah, having your best friend get married, after getting your car smashed last night, Lindy points out. And didn't you just find out that the brew house is getting torn down? Adds Maple. I nod sadly. The brew house is a coffee shop by morning, beer bar by night. I've been head barista there for 2 years and just got moved up to management. So there goes the job you worked so hard for, Lindy says, shaking her head. My eyes ping-pong between Maple and Lindy as they tally up my series of misfortunes. And now you're stuck wearing this big old neck brace, Maple says. It's more than a neck brace. Lindy chuckles a little. It's a chin, head, chest, back, and ribs brace, too. In the quiet pause, all eyes flit to Shaylee. She leans very close to the mirror, smearing a thick coat of frosty lipstick over her Cupid's bow, back and forth. She smacks her lips together and catches eyes with us through the mirror. Not to mention, Shaylee says nonchalantly, sliding the applicator back into its case. You'll be the only one not married now. I blink. You sort of already said that. No, I didn't. I just said your bestie is getting married. I didn't mention that the rest of us already had. Maple gives Shaylee a hard look. That goes without saying. Well, so does the neck brace thingy, Shaylee says with a wave in my direction. I sigh, wanting to shimmy my way back into the casket I crawled out of for Lindy's wedding. Why don't you guys go on ahead, I suggest. Tell Viv I'll be there soon. The women give each other glances, and then nod. All right. Maple gives me the best half hug she can manage around the bulky brace. See ya out there, Lindy says, while Shaylee zips up her jumbo-sized makeup case. Oh, Maple chimes in a cheery tone. I heard the guy walking you down the aisle, Chad's cousin, is hot. Yeah, but... Shaylee stops herself from pointing out the obvious by pointing to the obvious instead. But the wave of her hand says, Maggie's not looking too hot herself. Just look at her, she's hideous. Lindy tugs open the door and holds it for the others. See you out there? Yeah, unless I'm hiding in Shaylee's makeup case. I fail at another attempt to nod and groan. Yep. Au revoir, Shaylee says. Lindy waves. Ciao. As the door swings closed, I spot a group of men in tuxes eyeing the women appreciatively. One yelps out a cat call, another whistles. Oh, shut up, I want to say. They're all married, man, I hear one exclaim from the other side of the door. The bridesmaids are hot. Did you see her cousins out there? Another asks. Yeah, comes a third voice. Too bad for me, I get the chick with the neck brace. Did you see her? She moves like the Bride of Frankenstein. Laughter follows. One guy drags out the word dude until it's 3 syllables. Jerk. Did that creep actually have the nerve to say, too bad for me, as if he's the one they should feel sorry for? I can barely believe my ears. Here I was, thinking the best man might actually see past the neck brace, and he's out there cracking jokes before we've even been introduced. And to think I was actually wondering if he'd magically be Mr. Right. He most definitely is not. That guy is Mr. Wrong. Mr. Couldn't be wronger, which is extra wrong since that's not even a word. What kind of self-centered jerk makes fun of the girl wearing a neck brace after surviving an accident the night before her best friend's wedding and still manages to come? Indignation flares hot in my chest. Someone ought to make those guys feel ashamed of themselves. I don't know whether it's the eloquently stated series of my misfortunes, the pain pills which have me feeling not so much like myself, or the fevered agitation of spending more than half the night in the ER, only to come home with a neck brace suited for Bigfoot. But I am not about to let Chad's cousin act like he's the victim when I'm the one stuck wearing this thing. I shift from one foot to the next so fast I feel like a possessed mummy in a horror flick. Hey, I growl as I fling open the door. I'm lucky to be alive, for your information, and if anyone's going to complain about this ridiculous neck brace, it's the miserable woman stuck wearing it for 4 weeks. My focus zigzags across the group. Head woozy from my hysterical jaunt, I settle on the shortest of the bunch who's wearing a snide-looking grin on his face. That's not a neck brace, the kid squeaks. It's a body vase. I can tell by his red hair and features that he's related to Viv. Probably a pesky younger cousin. The guys bust up laughing, though some put their heads down and jab those at their sides with their elbows. My gaze locks on the only guy I don't recognize from last night's rehearsal, which means he's the one who's supposed to escort me down the aisle. Bobby or Braden or something with a B, I think. There's a devilish glint in his eye, one that suggests he's enjoying himself. Hey, he says. I'm sorry, I was just being a jerk. Didn't know you were. He pauses to glance about the place, then leans in to put emphasis on the final word. Eavesdropping. My nostrils flare, my eyes narrow in on him. What sort of apology is that? Accusing me of eavesdropping? My vicious side claws its way to the surface, trying to find an imperfection in the man who, I'm not going to lie, could model tuxes for a living. I can see why Viv said he was hot. He's attractive in that high school jock type of way. No doubt he was the guy every girl in school loved to hate and hated to love. Or lust after was probably more like it. I doubt he's very lovable. At once I spot the imperfection, sort of, aside from the weaselly redhead. Billy Boy is the shortest one. Sure, he's surrounded by lanky, long-legged giants. Each of Chad's brothers is 6'3" or over, but the effect is the same. I might look like the Bride of Frankenstein, I say, jabbing a finger in his direction. But next to these guys, you look like a pipsqueak. His eyes go wide. His jaw drops open. He loosely mouths the word pipsqueak, brow furrowing like he's never heard it before. And your outsides might be okay to look at, I give him, knowing I could hardly feign otherwise. But I bet your insides are uglier than Frankenstein himself. I try to jerk my head in the opposite direction and lift my nose in the air, but since I fail on both counts, I turn my back on the men and set my gaze on the exit. I thrust my left foot forward, which faces me toward the right side of the foyer, where a table holds framed photos of Viv and Chad as children. Another scoot shifts me toward the left, where a slideshow of their engagement pics plays to their favorite songs. I can't believe I attempted heels this morning before settling on this forgotten pair of flats. Shuffle, lift, step. Shuffle, lift, step. I didn't say you look like the Bride of Frankenstein, whatever his name is hollers from behind. I said you walk like her. Oh, he did? I picture the character's portrayal in the black and white movie as I forge on, one painstaking hobble at a time. Hot embarrassment floods in, causing my face to pool with heat. Sheesh, what's her problem? One of the guys asks. I hear shushing. That was rude, someone snaps. You better go apologize. They say adrenaline can lend superpower strength. Like a mother who hoists a wagon off her child that's pinned beneath the wheel. The humiliation of this moment is like a triple shot of adrenaline that has me hobbling faster than a wounded buck. Shuffle lift step. Shuffle lift step. Nah, I'll let her cool off first. I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. Tears well in my eyes. My chin threatens to quiver in its dumb face case or torso vase or whatever the heck that kid called it. They're right though, all of them. I shouldn't have come. And I am most definitely not heading back to endure more of the same. Viv swore up and down that she'd understand if I couldn't make it. Yet just as I approach the exit, I spot the elevator leading to the upper balcony. It lends a view of the wedding. Viv didn't need it since their group isn't that large, but it's the perfect hiding place for a hindered maid of honor with a wounded heart. Once I get seated in a rather dark corner, eyes set on the priest waiting below, my phone lets out a buzz. Viv, where are you? I'm quick to type back, lifting the phone to eye level as I do. Please don't be mad. I feel sick from the meds, so I came up to the balcony to watch. I'm here, I just can't be down there, okay? I love you. It's going to be amazing. Viv, I would never be mad. We're all just fortunate that you're still with us, thank heavens. That could have been so much worse. Thanks for staying to watch from the balcony. It means the world to me. Love you. I sigh, the internal hurt and offense slipping away as I consider what a great friend Viv is. My phone lets out one last buzz. Viv, don't worry about sticking around for the bouquet toss. I have a feeling that, no matter who catches it, you're next. I try to shake my head. Of course, Viv has the feeling I'm next, as Shaylee said. Aside from Viv's teenage cousins, I'm the only unmarried one left. My defensive wall goes right back up at the mere thought of looking for love. Everyone's walls are built by events in one's past. My wall is more like a crate, a collection of sea-tossed boards and planks, nailed sloppily together by years of hurt and neglect. I may feign that whole woe-is-me act each time I'm the bridesmaid and not the bride, but the truth is, I'm terrified of making the wrong choice, of messing up as much as my parents did. It's why Kirsten and Viv are right about how quickly I vacillate between rallying hope and abandoning it altogether. Who cares, I muse. I will never tell a man I love him, especially a man like that. And to think I hoped he was Mr. Right. I doubt there even is such a thing. If there is, one thing is for certain. Chad's dumb cousin isn't Mr. Right, Mr. Maybe, or even Mr. Not Right Now. Viv can forget about setting me up with him. As far as I'm concerned, that man is Mr. Never. Chapter 2. Maggie. Present day. Rebounding, a fun aerobic exercise on a trampoline, is at the top of my resolution list for the new year. So you can imagine how proud I am as I take my first class the day after Christmas. Why wait until New Year's? Especially considering the copious amounts of charcuterie board goodies I ate this month. I know the rebound class is a win when the instructor starts with a Taylor Swift song. Since I'm only a few years younger than the pop queen herself, Taylor and I essentially grew up together. With songs like Love Story and You Belong to Me, she helped a teenage hormonal me cope with the cruelty of immature boys. Like the name of that hit album, I wanted to be fearless. And when I pumped myself up on Swift's songs, I was. The album she released after I graduated helped me shake it off when the brew house was torn down to make room for condos since, apparently, Virginia Beach didn't have enough already. But today, as I bounce to the electronic beat of Ready for It, I think of the ways I've risen above letdowns, heartaches, and disappointments. At a mere 29 years old, I'm the owner and operator of a new beachside coffee shop that's even better than the first. If I say so myself. You've no doubt heard of the Coffee Loft, the most charming coffee chain in the U.S. For one to carry that name, they must live up to impeccable standards. Just look at the ones in Long Island, Lake Tahoe, and Palmer City. My shop is in an old, restored train station that oozes charm. I love being there, I love making it cozy and new for each season that comes, and I love every member of my staff. Life is humming along beautifully. I'm achieving my goals one by one. Finish school while working as a barista full-time, check. Become an owner-operator of a successful coffee shop, check. Find the man of my dreams to enjoy life with. Insert a crow's distant caw over a stretch of barren land. Better yet, a toilet flushing with a flourish. Okay, so that area is a work in progress. And no, I still haven't told a man I love him because I have yet to fall in love. But for the first time in years, I am genuinely ready for it. I've been on close to a dozen dates in the last 4 dozen days. There was the electrician who squeezed puns into every conversation we had. Midway through the date, I was so punned out I imagined jamming my fork into the nearest outlet. Are we having pun yet? Then there was the much older gentleman who lied about his age. I should have caught on when he posted a black and white photo that looked suspiciously like James Dean. It's a classic look, and he was cute. Too bad he was also in his early 70s. The guy showed up to the diner in peg jeans rolled at the ankles, a tight white t-shirt that, bless him, accented his sagging muffin top, and thick silver hair swooped just like the rebel without a cause himself. For a woman closer to his age, Herman would be a real catch. The most promising of my dates was the Navy SEAL from Norfolk. He was perfect, minus the fact that he was leaving for an extended operation in Japan the very next day. I sigh, feeling the energy draining from my limbs. No, Maggie, I tell myself. I refuse to get down. I'm determined to remain hopeful, figure out this game called love, and find what I'm looking for. He's out there, and I'm pretty sure he still has most of his teeth. Since Valentine's Day is a mere 50 days away, I figure it's the perfect season to get serious. It has nothing to do with the fact that I'm about to turn the big 3-0, or the fact that all my high school friends got married years ago and have officially traded their handbags for diaper bags. None whatsoever. There is no clock ticking. There is no inner voice yelling that if I don't get serious, I could be alone for the rest of my natural-born life. Okay, the class instructor yells over the music. Let's hit the slopes. Double skis, bend at the knees, elbows back with each twist on the tramp. You've got it. I do my best ski moves, tightening my core, my fists, and my resolve to be in the best shape possible, physically and mentally, for finding true and lasting love. When the class is over, I thank the instructor who's been dubbed Jessica Rabbit by the 40-something singles in town. I met her when the Coffee Loft hosted the meetup in our new train car edition. Big success, by the way. Jessica is gorgeous, ambitious, and intelligent too. We chat briefly after the class. I ask how sales are going, great, and she asks if we still have the mistletoe mocha. Even though Christmas is over, we do. In fact, I say, we keep that one through January 3rd. Nice, Jessica says. See you later. On the drive home, puffy snowflakes whirl and drift to the slushy ground. I enjoy the sight while it lasts. Here, snow rarely accumulates into something one could scoop up and make a snowball out of. In fact, as soon as the sun peeks past the clouds, those feather light flakes will melt or vaporize or whatever happens to the poor dears. I sigh, sensing a familiar sadness looming inside my chest. As a child, I referred to that hollowness as my heart hole. To this day, it's the best way I can explain it. The sensation that there's a vacuum-powered pit in the center of my heart, ready to swallow my dreams before they can materialize. It doesn't take long to figure out why the hole is attempting to tear open once more. It has something to do with the singles event I hosted. I met a ton of local singles in their 40s, some never married, most divorced, and all looking for love. Sadly, my sister, Kirsten, was among them as the group's newest divorcee. Our mother always said she was glad Greg and Kirsten provided a healthy example of what love looked like, since she and my father had failed miserably. I didn't argue that point. Kirsten and Greg had it all. I never guessed Greg would ruin everything by cheating on my sister, who, by the way, is one of the best and most beautiful humans alive. Greg betrayed my two favorite people in the world, my sister and my nephew. He betrayed everyone who loved and trusted him. I'd been counting on them to beat the odds, to be the ones that stayed together, remained faithful, proved that love could actually last. But, I remind myself, because there is a but, my sister is seeing someone new, a hunk of a man named Beau Wheaton. That fact alone is enough to put a plug in that nagging heart hole of mine. I'm quick to shower, get dressed, and head to the coffee loft. My top shift lead, Chantel, who's also part of the 40-something singles, opened this morning. She'll run things while I attend a few business meetings at the shop. My phone buzzes through my car speaker, and I tap the dash screen to take the call. Good morning, Magpie. My sister Kirsten cheers over the line. Are you ready to meet with the one and only Clarissa Lovely? I grin. You know it. Clarissa Lovely is a well-known love guru author from Jersey. In true Jersey fashion, Lovely gets straight to the point with her self-help relationship books, You Are the Problem and Stop Being So Dumb, claiming, if you can't tell by the titles, that we often self-sabotage in our pursuit of love. With her newest release, Lovely goes one step further by exploring the 4 unsuspecting keys, or what she calls Cupid darts, known to spark true and lasting love. Who knew owning a coffee loft of your own would give you this type of perk? Kirsten continues. It's incredible. Not only do you get to host her book signing in your shop, but you also get to sit down with the love legend herself and sip on lattes. Ah. She sighs dreamily. True, I say, though my sister's excitement arouses a bout of nerves. Face it, your life is glamorous, Kirsten says. Do you think she's going to give you a signed copy of her book? I shrug. Some do. If she doesn't, I'll buy one and ask her to sign it. My mind shifts to the text Chantel sent. You should come see the book banner, I say. Jeb nobly helped Chantel hang it this morning. It's gorgeous. Jeb, on a ladder? I thought he said the train car refurb was his last project. He's hanging up the hammer, isn't he? Jeb nobly, to his wife's great distress, hasn't quite found his happy place in the world of retirement yet. Trust me, I say. I've assured him that if Mimi finds him so much as replacing a bulb around here, she'll have his head. But he can't stop himself. The man's as stubborn as she is. I grew up next to Jeb and Mimi nobly. The couple is like a set of bonus parents, older and wiser than my own. At least he admits that he isn't up for refurbishing the second train car. Kirsten says. I nod, my heart warming with affection for the sweet man. Yeah, true. Only selfishly, I wish he'd do it. Jeb did an incredible job on the first one. My mind shoots to my second meeting of the day, a carpenter named Braxton, who happens to be Hunky Beau's younger brother. He'll be giving me a bid on completing the second edition. You ready to meet Braxton? Kirsten asks. I resist an eye roll because I know where she's going. As ready as I am to meet anyone I've considered hiring. Oh, come on, she says. Could you at least look at him as a potential love interest? I groan loud enough for Kirsten to hear. I don't know how else to tell you that is a horrible idea. You're the one who asked me if Beau had any brothers. Now that you know he does have one that's single and close to your age, you're going to refuse even one date with him? You're probably going to marry his older brother Kiers, I say. If I started dating him and something went wrong, it could come between you and Beau. That sounds like an excuse, Mags. You're vacillating again. Stop being so ambivalent, would you? I shake my head. If things didn't work out, you'd take my side, and Beau would take his side, which would automatically put you two on opposite sides. Admit it, it's not a good idea. Besides, Clarissa Lovely says relationships should happen organically. I might be contorting her words a bit, but she does say you shouldn't try and force it. Kirsten says thoughtfully. Things with Beau were definitely organic. See, it's settled. As I pull into the parking lot, I consider the crazy way Kirsten and Beau ended up together. Talk about an unexpected love story. In short, Cheater Greg was hooking up with Beau's Barbie wife. Kirsten and Beau planned a sting-op to catch them, and recorded the rendezvous from afar. Someone should write the book one day. I glide to a stop in the stall farthest from the door. The parking lot is fuller than usual, probably the after-Christmas rush of those still on holiday. Like most of the places around here, we were closed yesterday for Christmas. Well, I say, I'm here. Kirsten sighs heavily. As her little sister, I've been the cause of that sigh more times than I can count. Okay, I'll let you go. But if Braxton takes the job, and you guys fall for each other that way, it will be totally organic, and I don't want you to be closed off to the opportunity, okay? Goodbye. She disconnects before I can argue. Bye, I say as I shut off the engine. Every time I step out of my adorable, sunshine yellow Jeep Renegade, whose name is Sunny, by the way, I must admire her for at least 60 seconds. I love this car, and I worked very hard to get her. I lift my nose to inhale the salty ocean breeze as the waves gurgle and whoosh in the distance. It's well past high tide this morning, and the sun is already making a show. Soon the ground will be mostly dry. That's not to say it's warm, it is cold. Cold enough to make me shiver all the way to the door. It'll get increasingly colder in January before temps slowly start to rise. By March, we start seeing diehards show up to surf in their wetsuits. I inhale deeper as I note the shift in the air, that rich aroma of fresh brew delighting my senses and, hopefully, enticing passers-by. It grows infinitely stronger as I pull open the door and step into the warmth and comfort of my shop. If admiring Sunny takes at least 60 seconds, admiring my dream of a coffee shop takes much longer. Customers curl into the cozy couches by the fireplace. Some huddle up to the counter, loosening coats, clutching gift cards, and eyeing the massive chalkboard menu. Others are scattered amply throughout the upper and lower dining areas, tipping back mugs or inhaling the heavenly steam floating over their faces. Many online reviewers say the Coffee Loft is their home away from home, and I couldn't agree more. It might be my workplace, but the homey, laid-back environment makes most workdays a joy. My gaze drifts to the vaulted ceiling beside the loft, which, I'm told, used to be an overwatch of sorts for the old train station. There, hanging beautiful and bold along that great wall, is the banner for Cupid darts. The cover is bright white with shadowy cupids in faded black, bows drawn, arrows ready. At the center of the image is a shiny crimson heart, an arrow piercing its center. It's a mix between a love heart found on cards and such, and a three-dimensional human heart you might see beating in one's chest. There's an artistic trick at play, one that makes it look like the heart is beating. With the slightest tip of my head or shift of my gaze, the bottom chamber seems to contract while the upper portion swells on one side. Glossy blood oozes down the exposed arrow tip, dripping to dot the eye of the title with a delicate splotch. Cupid darts is scrawled in matching red, the font, intricate and dainty. It gives the impression that the tiny matchmakers sneak up on people who don't even expect it. I muse. I don't know about that. I suppose it's possible that some single, as in never-been-married women my age, aren't looking for love, but I dare say that most of us are, and the ones who say they're not are only lying to themselves. So even in that case, how can it possibly take anyone by surprise? Still, the imagery is hauntingly beautiful, like some of my favorite songs, and I feel it stirring new emotions, old longings, and fresh determination. I plan to devour this book, and maybe, just maybe, it will be the very thing that changes my life.
Chapter 3. Braxton. 3 things run through my mind as I pull into the Coffee Loft's crowded parking lot. First, how are this many people sitting in a coffee shop at 10 a.m. on a workday? Sure, yesterday was a holiday, but today certainly isn't. Second, I hope Kirsten's sister is flexible and willing to at least entertain the plans I have in mind. I'll make this one killer caboose if she hires me. But the third thing is triggered at the sight of a Lincoln Town car in the lot. A decorative wrap covers the entire backside. A bloody heart with the word lovely beside it. What in the world? I mumble, positioning my work truck so I can back into one of the only spaces left. A call comes in, and, since I'm here a few minutes early and I don't feel like getting out of the truck yet, I tap the connected dash screen and take the call. It's from Bo, probably making sure I plan to play nice with his girlfriend's sister, just not too nice. What's up? I ask. You on your way? Already here, I announce, ducking my head to better view the space I'm working with. To the left of the main shop, the first restored train car acts as an overflow for the busy establishment. My job is to restore the interior of the newly delivered train car waiting on the opposite side, a classic 1966 caboose. She's a beauty. Last week I did a walkthrough of the new addition so I could measure the place, draft up some plans, and have my newest employee, who's also my college-age niece, create a digital tour incorporating those plans. Maggie hadn't been there, but her lead manager welcomed me with a complimentary cappuccino that, come to think of it, explains the busy parking lot. In her description, Maggie stated she'd like this one to match the interior of the first train car. I have a different idea, a better one. You know what we talked about, Bo says in his big brother tone. Yeah, I say. Hands off the mag and dice, about merchandise. Ha ha, Bo says. Just keep things professional, okay? Sure, I will. Despite the fact that your girlfriend wants to set me up with her, I add. Bo clears his throat. Kirsten doesn't want to see her sister alone, which is understandable, but I don't think she realizes how it might affect our relationship if you end up. He dies off there. I roll my eyes. If I end up what? Not falling head over heels in love after the first date like some sort of sap? Silence. You know what? I continue, because I've had a diatribe on the subject running through my mind all week. I may or may not even like Maggie, Bo, but to know that Kirsten has more faith in me than you do stings, okay? I'm a good guy. I never said you're not a good guy. You are. You're a great guy, in fact. You don't. I sense the weight of the words he's dancing around. I don't commit to anyone. Is that what you're going to say? Like the commitment Luke made to Meg? Or are you talking about the one Liam made to Gabriel? Or how about we talk about the commitment your wife made to you? Now you're crossing a line, Bo warns. I shake my head. I'm stating the facts. Just because I'm cautious doesn't mean I don't want what Mom and Dad have. Obviously, I want that. I sense the deception in my own words and work to cover it by adding, who doesn't? The fact is, I do want what they have, but not if I'm more likely than not to end up divorced and wrecked like my brothers. Of course, in Luke's marriage, he did the wrecking. Beyond that, I've seen the same thing happen to my friends over the years. So yeah, I'm hesitant to pursue a committed relationship. Plus, I don't even want to date Kirsten's sister. Only that feels like a lie too. Kirsten's shown me pictures of Maggie Modella. She's beautiful. Seems to be a real go-getter too, buying a franchise of her own, making additions with the extra train cars. I love that type of drive and confidence in a woman. Perhaps I'm just suffering a case of wanting what I can't have. Bo made Maggie off limits, and that probably just made her all the more desirable. Not that it matters. I haven't found anyone I want to risk giving my heart to. I doubt this woman will be any different. Don't worry that pretty head of yours, Bo. I won't flirt with your precious girlfriend's little sister, okay? Thanks, man. But don't be rude or anything. Just, treat her like a potential client, nothing more. I roll my eyes a second time. I'm hanging up now. I don't let him say another word. A text pops in seconds later. Bo, don't be sore at me. I have something special with Kirsten, but it's still early days and I don't want anything to mess with it. I tap back the only decent four-letter word I can muster. Braxton, fine. I head into the coffee shop and buy myself a dry cappuccino with half and half. I hadn't planned to, but the aroma in the place is impossible to resist. I pace the interior while I'm here, admiring the loft with its central vault accented by what look like original beams. A massive banner explains the car wrap I saw in the lot. Apparently the town car belongs to an author of sorts. Must be doing a book signing here. As I check out the upper level, complete with an impressive view of the ocean, my thoughts are pulled back to the disturbing call I got this morning from Davis, the lead over my construction crew. I had him take over the home development side of Wheaton Construction once I decided to step away and focus on private custom jobs. Davis gave me word that the new guy, a friend of one of my recent hires, used unnecessary force to kick a pair of homeless guys out of an unfinished home, one of many in the subdivision we're building near Norfolk. It's not uncommon for that to happen this time of year, especially when we're at this particular phase of the building process. The place is framed, the floors are unfinished, and there isn't a lot of damage a few guys taking shelter can do besides use the toilets before plumbing comes through. I'm not one for kicking a man when he's down. Under different circumstances, that could be any one of us, Pops would always say. And before my brother Blaine took his last breath, he was living proof. In my late brother's honor, I've established a protocol for this type of thing. When we find squatters taking shelter in one of our work sites, we offer to see them to the nearest bus stop and buy their way to the local shelter for a hot meal and a roof over their head. I regret not taking the time to cover this aspect with Levi. He needs more training than most of my hires, but since he was Johnson's friend, I hoped it'd be worth the effort. The jury's still out on that. A deep ache bloats low and steady in my chest. It's hard to fight my pessimistic ways. I couldn't save Blaine. What makes me think I could save anyone else? But I know that's not the point. The point is, someone I love was once on those streets, and I prayed to God he'd meet the kindness of strangers. All I can do now is offer that very thing to others. I tear my eyes from the crowded boardwalk and spin in place to survey the adjacent wall, separated by the vaulted space. It's part of the shop, that much I can tell. But where's the access point? I'm quick to take the wide staircase back to the main floor, trail through a rather cozy area of the joint where guests play checkers and chess up to tea tables on the floor, and discover a stairwell. A small sign tells me there's an office up there. As a carpenter, I admire the woodwork on my way up the narrow staircase. It's not exactly a spiral case, interrupted by several small landings as it is, but it does shift directions clockwise all the way up to the top. It sounds like this book is coming into your life at the perfect time, a woman with a Jersey accent says from the other side of the wall. Surely the creaking stairs have given me away, but I freeze just the same, listening for a response. This must be Maggie's office, I decide, and what a perfect place. I bet there's a window in there with a view. I hope so, another woman says. No accent, probably Maggie. Of course, I also thought my timing was 3 or 4 years ago when all my friends were getting married. I don't know. Sometimes I wonder if I accidentally missed my person, you know? Or maybe I scared him away. How so? I'm shamelessly eavesdropping, but since Maggie is off limits anyway, what does it matter? I take a cautious sip of my drink. So good. By taking my time, the one I assume is Maggie replies. I'm not the type to throw myself at a guy or rush into anything, but it seems like that's what guys want. If you approach things cautiously, and why shouldn't you with the divorce rate out there? You're some boring dud who's not even worth their time. Sounds like you're speaking from experience, Jersey voice says, speaking my thoughts exactly. I'm suddenly glad Beau drew a line. The last thing I want is to pay for damage done by some punk in the woman's past. I most definitely am. But I have a question for you about the cover of this new book. It's gorgeous, by the way. Something about the appearance of the heart and the way the Cupids are portrayed suggests to me that love sort of sneaks up on us. But maybe I'm reading too much into it. No, Jersey says, you're right. The Cupid darts give indications, markers, if you will, of common occurrences found in long-lasting relationships. But if the instances take us by surprise, meaning we can't orchestrate them, then what good is it to know what they are? I cringe. This chick is pushy. I lean in, half expecting Jersey girl to pop off. You're already getting to the heart of it, aren't you? The 4 Cupid darts listed in my book are meant to show the reader just how often Cupid attempts to strike. Your job is to take note when you encounter one or more of those things with a potential match. Take them as signs, if you will, that you should pay closer attention to that person, because if things do work out between you, the relationship is more likely to last. What a load of crap. I shake my head and let out a tisk that echoes in the small space. Just a second, comes a mere whisper. The soft padding of footsteps tells me someone's approaching the all-but-closed door. I clear my throat and give the old paneled door a tap with my knuckles. I mean for it to be a series of taps, but the thing swings open before I can get the second one in. I blink, staring at the woman in the doorway. Wide hazel eyes, reddish blonde hair, and a set of pouty lips that summon the word kissable. Her nostrils flare the slightest bit, and I could swear something is stirring behind those eyes, as if she's working to solve a mystery in her mind. As if I'm the mystery she's trying to solve. Something akin to fear sparks hot in my chest. My face warms. Hi, Maggie, is it?
Chapter 4. Maggie. Tall, dark, and handsome, barely covers the sight standing outside my office door. Lurking is more like it. How long has he been standing here? And why does he look so familiar? That's your name, isn't it? He prods, tearing me from my stupor. A mischievous gleam flickers in his dark eyes as he holds my gaze. He's not smiling per se, but there's a hint of amusement trapped in his expression, and I can't help but wonder what Kirsten has told him about me. My face flushes with heat. Yes, that's me, hi. I'm just finishing up here. Do you mind meeting me in the finished train car? It's unlocked. He darts a gaze over my shoulder before fixing those penetrating eyes back on me. Sure. Great, thanks. He heads down the stairs, his massive frame taking up more space in the walkway than I thought possible. Holy smokes. I shouldn't be surprised by how ridiculously appealing the man is. His brother, Beau, is the same way. It's why I asked if he happened to have a little brother for me. I hurry back to my desk, but Clarissa is coming to a stand. I've taken up too much of your time, she says, smoothing a hand down the length of her silky black hair. Something about the gesture summons an image of Wednesday's mom in the Addams Family. I shake my head. Not at all. Read the book, hun, she says, reaching for the hard-bound copy on my desk and lifting the front cover. She pulls the black Sharpie from her cleavage, tugs off the lid with her teeth, and scribbles on the title page with a flourish, frantically dotting I's and crossing T's. Then comes her famous signature. She presses the book closed, recaps the Sharpie, and tucks it between her breasts once more. That's for you. Read it when the time feels right. I will. I'm more of a go slow and savor type when it comes to self-help books. I take notes, meditate on each chapter, and really work on applying them in my life. This is the most promising one yet. I can feel it. I tell Clarissa as much as I step back into my pumps and walk her downstairs, contemplating, once again, the gorgeous man waiting for me in the train car. I already told Kirsten I wouldn't date him. I can't decide if I'm irritated with myself for that or relieved. I'm looking forward to the signing, Clarissa Lovely tells me while approaching the counter. Me too, I assure. Order whatever you'd like, it's on the house. I hope it's not obvious that I'm distracted, but the fact is, Braxton's face keeps bobbing into my head like a static-bound balloon in a carnival crowd. He almost looks familiar. I picture his brothers. I've met them all, and each looks like a Greek god of sorts. Olive-toned skin, brown eyes, and muscles for days. It's not natural. It's probably the strong resemblance that makes him seem familiar. Only, I'm not fully convinced. For whatever reason, I have a not-so-good impression of him. Perhaps this is just me trying to convince myself that I wouldn't want Beau's brother, even if I did think dating him was a good idea, which I don't. No sense in wanting what I can't have. Besides, look at him. He must have women throwing themselves at his steel-toed boots. I force myself to focus on the reason he's here, the new addition, and head to the train car nobly finished. When I step inside, I spot a set of blueprints spread over the nearest table. A quick scan of the area says Braxton is in the far corner inspecting the ceiling with unusual interest. I clear my throat. Sorry about the delay. Who did the restore job on this? He snaps gruffly. Jeb Nobly. There's pride in my voice, for good reason. The man has a good name around here after all. You mean Nobly's not dead yet? Braxton has yet to take his eyes off the finish. He reaches up with extended fingers and presses along an outer edge. No, he's not dead, geez. He should be retired by now in the least of it. I fold my arms and huff out a breath. He is. He just still takes on side jobs from time to time. Yeah, well, he shouldn't. Now this guy's just crossing a line. What do you mean by that? Jeb did a beautiful job on this. Beautiful to you, he allows, tearing his gaze off the ceiling and dropping it to the floor. He jabs the toe of his filthy-looking boot against the wood. To the trained eye, it's a hack job. A hack job? I squeak. Name one thing he did wrong. Honey, he says, pinning his eyes on me now. I could have named a dozen things he did wrong the second I stepped into this place. He flicks out his thumb. He didn't insulate properly. He didn't double pane the windows. He used new wood instead of refurbished, and there's a plank sticking up at the entrance that could knock one of your pretty little customers on there. He seems to catch himself. Tush. I tap my toe. Pace my breath. Wonder if there's a plane I could catch to a land far, far away. It's not just what this guy said that has me so miffed. It's how he said it. You're a very rude man. Has anyone ever told you that? He shrugs and spins in place. Truth hurts sometimes, does it? My voice is screechy again because who can stand it? Beau's brother Braxton is a piece of work. You know what? I say. I don't think this is a good idea. He jerks a questioning look in my direction. What, you and me going on a date? Your sister disagrees. He grins like the bad boy I suspect he is. But I'm with you. It's probably a bad idea. I've admired a list of Braxton's recent handiwork. He's a real craftsman. His website features a treehouse to die for, a book nook I might kill for, and a man shed I wouldn't mind living in despite the assortment of antlers and neon beer signs. Braxton is good at what he does. Great, in fact. Too bad he's a giant jackhole. You know what, buddy? His grin grows. Buddy? I never entertained the idea of dating you, I say. And now I'm reconsidering even working with you. His face falls flat. Why? He scratches his jaw, that dark brow of his furrowing as if he's genuinely confused. Did you want me to lie to you? No. But have you ever heard of bedside manner? He puts his hands up. Whoa, you're talking about going to bed? We haven't even gone on a date. I ignore the reaction in my lower belly as he performs a scandalous-looking wink. You should take a class on tact, or maybe look up the definition. See if you can acquire at least a kindergarten level of decency when talking to a potential client. You mean sugarcoat things. I mean, don't badmouth a man who's been like a father to me and who carved the way around here for men like you. Have some respect. His face changes the slightest bit. I think we got off on the wrong foot. Why don't we sit down and look at the plans? I think it'd be better if you just took your plans and left. He side-eyes the blueprints, his shoulders dropping a healthy notch at last. I'll leave, but I spent a great deal of time drafting the plans for this project. The least you can do is look at them. There's a QR code that will take you to a virtual tour. I can guarantee you'll love it. In come the visions again, all the exquisite designs, the incredible attention to detail, creative, intricate details that turn every job he completes into a one-of-a-kind masterpiece. I really want that. And best of all, I can finally afford the hefty price tag. Fine, I say. He nods. Fine. He strides slowly in my direction, dragging one work boot after the other across the floor. I clear my throat, lift my chin, and hold firmly in place. I refuse to be intimidated by this brute. Yet even as I think it, my face flushes hot and a clammy sheen coats my face. The scent of wood, leather, and spice hits me as the tips of his boots nudge the toes of my heels. The heavenly scent summons the words yummy, masculine, and sweet, mercy. His gaze locks on mine like we're about to square off in an old-fashioned face-off. I dart a glance at the floor but then force myself to meet his eyes once more, lifting my shoulders as I do. He tips his chin, cracks the tiniest hint of a grin, and my heart skips its next beat entirely. Whoa. Pardon. That simple word, as raspy as the sandpaper scruff along his jaw, sounds archaic. Suddenly, I feel as if I've stepped onto the scene of an old Western film. Braxton is the dark, dangerous drifter in town, and I'm the gal at the local saloon who caught his eye. He clears his throat and eyes the exit, which is behind me. Oh, it's behind me, which means I'm blocking the door. I make up for that with an overcompensating sweep to one side. I mean for it to be as seamless as it is quick, but the sole of my shoe catches. I fling my arms out to either side and swirl them backward with a yelp. With meticulous effort, I manage to shift my foot into just the right place and catch my balance at last. Whew, I'm still upright. Hallelujah! I straighten my posture then and nod stupidly. As embarrassing as that was, I'm just glad I caught my footing before I fell on my butt in front of this guy. My face burning with humiliation, I glance at the offending spot on the floor. My eyes bulge as it hits me. That must be the plank Braxton was complaining about. I lift my gaze and glare at him. Bye, I croon, sounding exactly like some mean girl from a chick flick because I don't want to be in his unnerving presence for even 1 second more. He offended me by offending Jeb nobly because Braxton Wheaton is a rude and offensive man. He shuffles closer to the door, twists the knob, and glances at the spot on the floor. You might want to look into getting that fixed. He grins ruefully. Someone could get hurt. With that, he steps outside. Good day, he says as the door swings shut. I fold my arms and summon my most seething glare at the closed door. Good day? Not with you in it, I grumble. Yet suddenly the door swings back open. I'm taken so off guard that another yelp pulls at my throat. Braxton sticks his head inside. What do you want? I snap, my fists landing on my hips. Just He pauses there, letting me drown in my agitation without so much as a life vest. I wanted you to know that if I don't hear from you by this time tomorrow, I'll assume it's a no and move down the list. I put you in front of my other jobs as a favor to Bo and Kirsten, but you can't stay there forever. He closes the door without another word. You can't stay there forever. I mimic again, not caring if he hears this time. In fact, let's see if he can hear this. Jerk. I tug my phone from my pocket and pull up my text thread with Kirsten, Maggie. Hate to break it, but I will not be using Braxton for the refurb. I'm about to hit send, but I can't get myself to do it. I really, really, really don't want to miss out on something amazing, and I have a feeling that the virtual tour is going to blow me away. I backspace and try again. Maggie, hate to break it, but I probably won't go with Braxton for the refurb. There, much better. Without effort, I envision the way he stepped close to me, smelling all good and manly. I hear his raspy voice again. Pardon. Sparks of heat stir low in my tummy, a warning that I could easily fall subject to such charm. To make sure I don't, I add one more line to the text. As far as going on a date with the guy, it's a solid no. Thanks anyway.
Chapter 5. Braxton, trust me when I tell you. I lower my chin and look at each of my brothers pointedly one by one. I may have ruffled her pretty feathers, but she will definitely call. Our food came moments ago, but it turns out Bo has a greater appetite for the details of my meeting with Maggie than he does for the combo plate he ordered. Bo shakes his head. I wouldn't be so sure. And why'd you have to ruffle her feathers? His eyes narrow. If you somehow mess things up between me and Kirsten, I will kill you. You know that, right? I'll help, Luke adds, dunking his Nashville hot wings into a tub of ranch. Bo flexes his biceps by resting his elbows on the table. I won't need any help. You guys think I can't take on a bunch of old-timers? We're not kids anymore. I grin, matching Bo's postures so my biceps bulge as well. I'm in my prime, baby, and you guys are nearing the days of hearing aids and toupees. I'm exaggerating, of course, but the truth is Bo, Luke, and Liam are in their 40s while I'm a young 33 years old. Don't worry, brother, I say. I'll keep it strictly professional, just like you asked. I pop a brow. No matter how bad she wants me. Or how badly I want her, but I don't add that part. Bo groans. You don't know women as well as you think you do, Luke says before taking a bite of his chicken. Ranch oozes down his fingers. Luke's twin Liam shivers. Can't believe you can eat it with that much sauce. That's not natural. My confidence might be heightened by sheer desire to see Maggie again, to show her exactly what I can do with that place. Maybe then she'll understand my frustration over Nobly's outdated approach to the job. Hey, I say to Luke, you saw the design I came up with. Do you think she's going to swallow her pride and have me do the job or not? I'm looking for affirmation because this is one job I do not want to lose. Luke's the best source since Jackie, his oldest daughter, is the one who transforms the blueprint to a three-dimensional online experience. Potential clients can practically do a walkthrough of the space before I even start. Jackie is dang talented, and I'm lucky to have her while she's working toward her degree. Luke shakes his head. Nah, she won't pass it up. Liam pipes up. What if Maggie takes your design and has someone else do the job for her? The idea hits me like a kidney punch. I hadn't thought about that. I'd be ticked, I admit. Not that anyone would do it as well as I would. My older brothers, who all work in the same building doing different jobs, meet for lunch regularly. I join them when I'm able, which is usually a couple of times a month. It's nice being with all of them, of course, but I can't deny the Blaine-sized hole I sense every time we're together, that ever-present awareness that someone's missing. It's been a long time since we talked about Blaine, but after hearing about the worksite incident this morning, I can't help but imagine what it'd be like if Blaine were still here, if he'd never got sucked into the vacuum of addiction. I try to imagine him working a white-collar job like Luke, Liam, or Bo. I can almost see it, but it's easier to picture him building houses with me and my crew. He'd prefer more of a physical job like that, working with his hands and breaking a sweat. That one's almost too easy to picture. In fact, the image quickly becomes dagger-sharp and molten hot. It moves from my mind to my heart in a blink, shooting throughout my body like the steel sphere in a pinball machine, triggering old wounds, buried memories, and a sense of loss that could paralyze me for days. Blaine was close to my age, just 2.5 years older. When we were kids, we'd defend one another against our older brothers, even if it was just for play. Them against us, the Goliaths against the Davids. Has anyone else been thinking about Blaine a lot recently? I barely mean to speak it, but a part of me is dying to know. I can't be the only one reeling from recurring waves of grief. Yeah, Bo says first. It's worse this time of year, Liam adds. Reminds me of the nights we drove around looking for him, hoping to drag him off the streets. I remember we took him that specialty sleeping bag when he refused, Luke adds, plunging more chicken into his ranch. Which he probably just sold for drugs, I say. Then you went and built him that tiny home fit for a king in Mom and Pop's backyard, Luke says. You always did have a bleeding heart. I ignore the bitterness in Luke's tone. He still resents the fact that Mom and Pop spent part of their nest egg to put Blaine through a sobriety program, something Luke was certain was a lost cause. You were good to do that for him, Liam says, his face thoughtful. Yeah, Bo agrees. You were good to Blaine. The fact is, he just didn't know how to be good to himself. It goes quiet as I turn my gaze out the window. Birds soar over the pier, the blue sky at their back, their echoing cries carrying beyond the glass. This is a crap topic, Luke says. Getting back to this mock-up you did for the caboose, Jackie says it's her favorite design yet. I'm sure she'd agree with you that Maggie won't be able to turn it down. And, he adds, cleaning his fingers off with a napkin, while I don't like admitting this, my ex-wife can't stop talking about how wonderful you are for giving Jackie this chance to work for you while she's going to school. Why Luke insists on calling Meg his ex-wife rather than just using her name is beyond me. She was once part of the family, after all. Jackie's awesome, I say, addressing the comment about his daughter first. I used to get 85% of the jobs I'd sketch up for potential clients, but with her digital, 3D displays, I get every one of them. Which is why you're so sure you've got this one with Maggie in the bag? Bo asks. I nod, but deep down, I'm not nearly so sure. What I'm sure about is that our paths will cross again one way or another, and not just because Bo is dating her sister. There's chemistry between Maggie and me. A charged sort of energy, if you will. I felt it when she stepped into her office doorway, and I felt it again in the refurbished train car. That type of potential demands to be tested, and I'd bet money that Maggie feels it too. As for Meg, I say, smiling as I mention Luke's ex-wife, she always liked me better than you. One drunken Christmas, in fact, she confided in me, saying she picked the wrong brother. Tisk, Luke scoffs. You're almost 10 years younger. She's not a cougar. I grin. Correction, I say. Meg said she picked the wrong twin. My gaze shoots to Liam in time to see his face turn redder than Luke's hot wings. Is that true? Luke asks in a shocked tone. It is, but he probably doesn't need to know. Nah, I say, not bothering to sound too convincing. The fact is, Luke wasn't a good husband to Meg, and he knows it. And Gabrielle, Liam's ex-wife, wasn't great either. In fact, she treated Liam horribly. Meg rarely drank, but that year, she was having a particularly tough time dealing with Luke. She'd tipped back her second flute of champagne and said, why couldn't I have wound up with Liam instead? He's nice. I'm nice. We deserve each other. Luke deserves to have someone like Gabrielle. She's as mean as he is. I glance about the table to see that both Luke and Liam have their gazes pinned on me, brows slightly furrowed, eyes deep in thought. I shift my gaze back out the window. I can't be the only one who wonders if Meg and Liam will ever test the waters. Both are still single after all, and I wouldn't say either divorce is still fresh at this point. Just then my phone starts to buzz. Bo leans far over to peek at the screen as I lift it. Is it Maggie? I pull a smug grin. Maybe. Be nice, Bo warns. Not too nice. Don't worry, she's not my type. I'm feeling extra cocky now, so I tap the speaker to let everyone hear. This is Braxton. Braxton, comes a voice that's decidedly not Maggie's. This is Chantel from the Coffee Loft. We'd like to go ahead with the renovation. When can you start? My brothers shake their heads, roll their eyes, and lean in slightly as I pause in answering. One moment, I say, muting my voice with a tap of the screen. I look at Bo. I'm going to tell her that if Maggie wants me to do the job, she'll have to call me herself. Bo's eyes bulge. Don't you dare. I tap the unmute prompt, effectively silencing him. Chantel? Yes, I'm here. Maggie seemed hesitant when I spoke with her. Does she happen to be anywhere near? If you don't mind, I'd like direct confirmation from her before I map out the time. Bo smacks his forehead with his palm. Liam and Luke chuckle under their breath. Ah, comes Chantel's voice. I grin wider, almost knowing Maggie has hovered over the phone at her side. I'm right here, Braxton, she says, practically growling my name. Heat sparks low in my belly. Hi, Maggie, I say in a sing-song tone. We'd like you to go ahead with the project, please. Triumph swells in my chest. Exactly as is? Or do you want to make change? Yes, exactly as is, Maggie blurts, sounding none too pleased about it either. So you're saying that what I presented to you was, in a word, perfect. There's a long pause, then a muted scuffle. She had to attend to a customer, Chantel says. But yes, that's what she's saying. That final sentence is coated in stifled laughter, as if Chantel is enjoying this as much as I am. That's what I like to hear, I say. I can start right away. I set the phone down. And that's how it's done, boys. I shoot Bo a look, itching to get under his skin once more. Tell Maggie not to fall too hard for me, I say, rolling my shoulders back and puffing my chest. My brother tells me she's off limits.
Chapter 6. Maggie. Dart number 1. Cupid's clash. Anger and passion, baby. You can't have one without the other. I scarf down Chapter 1, like it's the first meal I've had in years. And then I devour it again, while hovered over a steaming bowl of leftover pho. Lovely dips into the topic playfully at first, mentioning memorable scenes from literature and cinema alike. Next, she goes deeper, quoting brilliant scholars like Harriet Lerner, who wrote The Dance of Anger because, apparently, there is one. Lovely speaks of the way we rise to it, fall from it, and even become addicted to it. She sneakily points out that our mishandling of this emotion might just be the downfall of our prior relationships. But who's interested in the past? Just tell me how this helps me find Mr. Right. I decide to not read the author's personal inscription until I'm done reading the book in its entirety, a delectable treat after a satisfying meal. Cupid's clash, huh? A minor quarrel might be all it takes to spark something. I fall asleep with those thoughts imprinting on my brain. The next morning, I hit the grocery store, somehow knowing that Cupid is ready to strike. I've opened the door, I'm letting him in. And since I know my track record, I need him to come quick before I swing back to my state of aversion. That very thought runs through my head as I spot a seriously attractive man pushing a cart filled with fresh seafood and classy produce items like butternut squash and red peppers. We pass each other midway down the coffee aisle when a sudden urge strikes. Call it intuition or perhaps food poisoning from the leftover foe, but soon I'm giving in to the impulse. I rush down the remainder of the coffee aisle, circle around to race halfway up the cereal aisle, then frantically spin the cart in place and hurry back toward aisle 5 at lightning speed. I fly past instant oatmeal, countless cereal brands in boxes and bags, and a jar of Merlin's marmalade, which nearly derails my flight. I thought they stopped making that. All the while, I imagine cutely bumping into classy produce guy's cart. I'm on an unspoken, irrational mission, and not even Merlin's marmalade can stop me. I take the corner to re-enter the coffee aisle like a stuntwoman on steroids, yet before I can orchestrate a cute bumper car-style bonk, I crash into my suspect's cart hard enough to make the handlebar reverberate against my palms. The crab legs in his cart leap into the air, performing a pirouette over the butternut squash. The red peppers tumble, whirl, and fling right out of the produce bag. The blushing veggies barrel into a small white box in the corner of his cart. I stare at the disrupted sight for a blink, eyeing the crab legs which, from this angle, seem to be taking a bow. I glance back to the disheveled peppers and the box they're nudged against. 2 words stand out in turd brown text: stool softener. I glance back up at him, somehow feeling as if the hallmark moment has been tainted by the stool softener, but hoping it's just something we'll joke about later instead. Remember when we first met? He meets my gaze at last, and my hope for the meet cute withers and turns to ash. His brow furrows, which hardens the rather bloodshot eyes beneath. I can't help but wonder if he spent an unproductive night on the toilet, longing for the stool softeners now resting in his cart. There are no clever words coming to mind in this moment, no watch where you're going dialogue or snarky quip from Mr. Red Eyes. He simply gives me a leery nod, venturing cautiously past me and heads toward the cereal aisle. Sorry, I manage after he passes. At the gym, I spy gorgeous goatee guy, aka Triple G, pacing beside the rowing machine. I've noticed him here before. Who hasn't? But I've never dared strike up a conversation. I've also failed to gain his attention by working out nearby. The Spin Twins, a couple of spin-class diehards in neon leotards, have hit on him before, offering to buy him a smoothie at the juice bar down the street. He declined, but a nearby man in questionably thin spandex offered to join them. Yet today, as I watched Triple G side-eye the equipment, obviously waiting for the old man, who's in a cheetah print leotard today, to finish wiping down the seat, I get an idea. Yes, an idea. I get a marvelous, dangerous, dreadful idea. Before I think better of it, I am dashing across the gym. I breeze past the stair-stepper, the tummy tucker, and the spazzy Spin Twins as they wait to fill up their water bottles at the fountain. Cheetah Print is lazily waving a wet wipe over the grip bars. Triple G steps closer, but I move in faster, flying like a nimble nymph with my eyes set on the prize. I slide into place like it's a home run in the final inning. It's actually not so graceful as a slide. It's more of a clunk that knocks the actual wind out of me. The intimidatingly handsome man looks at me, stunned, and then his expression falls flatter than pancakes. I sense that there's something on the tip of his tongue. 3 simple words I can practically hear already. Are you serious? I don't know. Am I? Cupid's clash is creating chaos in my mind, convincing me that some cherubic little punk is floating around the nearest corner, bow taut, arrow aimed, mischief at the ready. No more, I warn myself as I perform a few obligatory rows on the machine. If it happens, it happens. I can't force it. On my way to the coffee loft, I promise myself that no matter what crazy ideas come to mind, I will not initiate anything with bull-headed Braxton. He's the last person on the planet I want to have a meet-cute with. I avoid Braxton the entire day while the book signing for Cupid Darts goes off without a hitch. It goes so well, in fact, that Lovely's publisher arranges to send J.J. Lee, a top-selling romance novelist known for mentoring aspiring authors, here for an interactive storytelling event the day after New Year's. Apparently, it's an intro to her upcoming release on writing. I advertise the event all week long, encouraging guests to bring dates or significant others. A new banner goes up, and though I'm sad to see Lovely's gorgeous banner get packed up and sent to the next place, the new one is giving Valentine's vibes with its antique white backdrop, blush-colored hearts, and pale pink kisses. Along the top is the title, Once Upon a Time. Below that, it reads, Writing Improv Romance with a He Says, She Says twist. Sounds interesting, that's for sure. In fact, it sounds like the type of thing that just might spark the most perfect meet. No, I interrupt myself. Stay focused. I managed to keep things cordial with Braxton the entire week. At least once each day, I check in on him to see how things are coming along. He barely acknowledges me, of course, not like I care. After a quick appraisal of his handiwork, which is impressive, I might add, I ask if he needs anything. A cup of coffee on the house, perhaps. Naturally, he accepts, and I have Chantel deliver it to him. I can't help but pride myself on how classy I'm responding after his unsavory behavior when we first met. Yep, that's me. I am one classy gal. Triple G doesn't think so. During my next few trips to the gym, he gives me a wide berth anytime I go near him. To add insult to injury, Mr. Cheetah Print saunters up to me as I'm heading to the locker room and asks if I'd like to go out for a drink sometime. He tells me in a voice that sounds exactly like my great-grandfather's that I've got gumption, and he likes that. My eyes flit to Triple G, who breaks his border boundary enough to overhear the invite. He grins like this is something I deserve. Sadly, dating a 90-year-old with a thing for cheetah tards is not on my bucket list, so I thank him kindly but decline. I ring in the new year at my sister Kirsten's place. Braxton's brother Beau is there, of course, since the two are still going strong. There's good food, entertaining karaoke, and several games that call for dividing into couples. Kirsten pairs with Beau. My favorite albeit only nephew Jack pairs with his date, and Beau's son Parker has a date of his own. That leaves me with Beau's 8-year-old daughter, Paige. I'm happy to find that I don't mind a bit. I love that spunky little girl who can sing, dance, and dish out a plate full of sass when she needs to. I give in to the urge to ask Paige what she thinks about her mean Uncle Braxton. Paige grins wide, giggles, then assures me that he isn't as mean as he seems. Speaking of Braxton, Beau says, overhearing our conversation. He had a date tonight, but she stood him up. Well, she canceled, actually, saying her husband would be in town after all. Husband, I blurt, pinning my wide with shock eyes on Kirsten. He didn't know, my sister assures with a glare in Beau's direction. He was shocked when he found out. He was ticked off, that's for sure, Beau says. Mainly because he drove 2.5 hours to meet her at some cheesy ice rink, which means he'll be driving home in the storm instead of ringing in the new year with some chick by his side. Why I feel even an ounce of jealousy in this moment is beyond me, but I do, and I hate it. Kirsten and Beau exchange looks, and I sense that Beau doesn't think my dating Braxton is a great idea either, despite Kirsten's assurance that he does. Already I feel myself swinging back toward the other side of the spectrum, away from the discomfort of putting myself out there when I could unwittingly wind up dating somebody's lying, cheating spouse the way Braxton did. That is, if he really didn't know she was married. You should tell him to come straight here if it's not too late, Kirsten says to Beau. My body reacts to that idea with a near spasm, heart jumping, pulse spiking, face flushing with uncomfortable heat. Beau gives Kirsten a subtle headshake, and Kirsten forces her gaze back to the screen. Beau really thinks that my dating Braxton would be a bad idea, I guess. It stings a little. Unless it's because he knows his younger brother is trouble. That's probably it. But then another possibility comes to mind. Perhaps Braxton told him after meeting me that he wouldn't be interested. That stings even more. But it's probably the closest thing to the truth. I'm probably not his type. I'm not going to adore every action of his, even if he's acting like a jerk. I'm not going to act like some airhead who giggles at every snide comment he makes. And of course, I'm not going to stand him up for a date on New Year's because my husband happens to be in town. I tisk inwardly, that old familiar bitterness slinking back in. No, Maggie, it's a new year, I remind myself. A new year and a new me. I can be brave, open, and ready. On New Year's Day, I binged the second and third chapters of Cupid Darts. After introducing the first dart in Chapter 1 and expounding on it at length, Lovely spends time on the do's and don'ts. Chapter 3 ends with the ring of finality, which tells me that Chapter 4 will introduce dart number 2. I don't let myself turn the page yet. I'm torn, feeling both anxious to find out what the next dart is, and slightly hesitant too. I don't want it to trigger another round of crazy behavior and ridiculous attempts. Plus, as long as there are more chapters ahead, more darts to discover, my hope feels alive, the possibilities, endless. My aversion, repressed. I trade my contrived meet-cute clashes for daydreamed ones instead. In addition to being safer, the musings put a smile on my face and keep hope in my heart. On the morning of the Once Upon a Time event, I skip the gym to avoid all the New Year's resolution junkies and do an online yoga class instead. Once I head out, I pick up a bouquet of balloons for the event, then pull into the gas station to fill up Sunny. I imagine a handsome hunk approaching me after the event, while customers bustle into the chilly night. He's got an angry snarl on his face and a water-damaged book in his hand. But not just any book. It's Cupid Darts. He's reading it too. Furiously, he rants about the fact that someone spilled their spiced chai latte with a double shot of espresso on his book, and he demands a new one. A new drink? I ask him. A new book, he yells. It's hard for me to imagine going off on a customer, but for the sake of the daydream, I raise my voice and tell him just how absurd it is for him to suggest that I replace his book. And just how in the world did he know it was a spiced chai latte with a double shot of espresso anyway? My face is red. My blood is heated, but suddenly, he pulls a sheepish grin. I'm ticked off, and I don't know if I want to slap the guy or tell him to shut up and kiss me. I'm so wrapped up in the tale that I almost hit a man as I pull away from the gas pump. I barely see his khaki coat and checkered scarf as I slam on the brakes hard. The tires screech in protest. The balloon bouquet flies into the front half of my car. Red, white, and pink orbs obscure my view as they crowd against the windshield, bob against my head, and cling to my hair with static-ridden snaps. A small clip holds the ribbons together, I know that much. But as I search blindly for it, determined to yank the balloons back into place, I come up short. Where in the world is it? I mumble, patting my legs, the gears beside me, and the passenger seat too. The pungent rubber balloons give me a free facial as I lean far over, grasping for the clip while my fingers clumsily follow the ribbon length. There. I manage to secure the thing at last, and fling the naughty balloons back into the corner where they belong. I can not only feel the static-ridden energy along the crown of my head, but I can also see the strawberry blonde strands of my hair waving merrily at the guy I almost hit. He hasn't moved, and boy does he look furious. Wait just a minute, this guy isn't bad. Not bad at all. It comes to my attention that I didn't even do this one on purpose. Bubbles of excitement rise in my chest. He glowers at me through the windshield, then looks down to gauge the distance between my bumper and his legs. Man, his eyes sure are bloodshot. Wait, is that classy produce guy? It is. It is classy produce guy. This is destiny. Maybe. I fight back a grin, lower my window, and inwardly dare him to yell at me. What, are you trying to kill me, lady? He doesn't. Instead, he shoves his hands deeper into his pockets and ducks his chin. Bunch of crazy people around here, he mumbles. Embarrassed heat flares in my chest. No, you are crazy, I holler, then instantly feel bad. I roll the passenger side window down just as he ducks for cover inside the station. Sorry, that was my fault, actually. I roll up my window. And so was the grocery cart thing, I add quietly, attempting to tame the static that probably makes me look as insane as I feel in this moment. I double-check both ways before slowly accelerating once more and shake my head. Geez, I really am crazy. The coffee loft is busy today, like usual, making morning turn to late afternoon in no more than a blink. The publisher suggested we set up a mock stage of sorts, which we place at the base of the new storytelling banner. That way, almost everyone present will be able to watch the action, those in the loft, those in the lounging areas, and from the dining spots too. Guests who don't want any part of the event will be directed to the one corner of the shop that doesn't offer a view of the stage. Speaking of the mock stage, I asked Jeb Nobly if he could set one up, but he was unable to do it, so I had Chantel ask Braxton, and he agreed, saying he'd tack on a small fee for setting it up and tearing it down once we were through. Surprised he didn't make me ask, I murmur, as I arrange the voting cards, pencils, and noisemakers provided by the publisher. Just when I thought I wouldn't see another celebration horn until next New Year's, I get 5 dozen of them sent to my shop. A quick glance out the window tells me Braxton is still working on the caboose. Hopefully, we can keep things cordial until he's done. After that, I won't have to see him again. Until Bo and Kirsten tie the knot. A flitter of something floats across my memory at the thought. Not in a pleasant way either, but it's easily pushed from my mind as I notice how many guests are piling into the coffee loft. The place fills up quickly with a crowd of singles and couples alike. I hand out the voting cards while they tug off beanies, unwrap scarves, and drape coats and jackets over the backs of chairs. The spunky author hosting tonight's event is already working the crowd, asking couples how long they've been together, and prodding singles to point out someone in the room they'd be interested in getting to know. I'm surprised to see that Kirsten and Bo took me up on the invite. They take a seat beside a group I recognize from the 40-something singles event. JJ approaches me with a wide grin. "Great crowd," she says under her breath, eyes wandering over the filled tables and chairs. Her gaze lifts to glance over those seated in the loft. "I'll be asking for volunteers," she explains, "but I might call on a few unsuspecting souls, too. See if we can't make a love match." I tip my head back. That's why she was asking the singles if they had their eye on someone. I'm simultaneously glad and sad about the fact that I'm not a candidate for the event. The couples who get the most votes will move on to the next round. There, one lucky couple will win a romantic date package for 2. JJ gets started by inviting a couple who's willing to show everyone how it's done. They happen to be JJ's parents, who sit front and center in the crowd. They've been married over 35 years. She hands them each mics, takes a step back, and hollers, "You start, Ma!" Once upon a time, JJ's mother takes it and runs, describing the time a fair maiden met a noble knight in the woods one day. JJ's father broadens his shoulders and lifts his chin as the woman describes his handsome face and fine physique. When it's his turn, he takes over telling the tale, saying the two were barely beyond introductions when a dangerous band of gypsies broke through the trees. He was forced to hoist the fair maiden onto his horse and bolt into the densest part of the woods where no one dared venture. By the time the couple's 8 minutes is up, the crowd is collectively leaning forward and waiting on bated breath. "Now you know where I get it," JJ says. "These two can spin a yarn, can't they? Let's all give them a hand." She goes on to assure the guests that their stories can be set in modern day, a historical era, or even a fantasy world. It all depends on the storytellers and where they choose to take it. A flare of excitement sparks in my chest. I can't wait to see what my patrons come up with. Maybe I can get Kirsten and Bo up there. Just as that thought crosses my mind, I catch eyes with JJ across the room. I lock eyes with her, then nod pointedly in Kirsten and Bo's direction. JJ's eyes land on the happy couple before she looks back to me with a thumbs up. "I'll get 'em," she mouths. I grin. This ought to be good.
Chapter 7. Braxton. The watch station in this old caboose is one of a kind. It was one of my greatest selling points in the remodel mock-up. The upper portion at the far end of the caboose is separated with an aisle in the center. Short ladders lead to 2 separate nooks with shallow booth seats and windows all around. When this baby was on rails, the locomotion crew would sit on the upper level and keep their eyes pinned on the track up ahead. Then, with a hearty series of tugs on the cord, the crew could alert the driver to potential danger. Now this area will serve as the best seats in the house. The extra space will hold up to 4 people on either side with a small, round table in the center. Rather than keeping the bucket-type seats as they are, I designed a circular seating area like booths at a restaurant, open only where the ladder allows them to come and go. This way, guests can slide into the seat that gives them a perfect view of the crashing waves as the sun comes up. From the opposite side, Patrons can watch the crowded pier with its hanging lights and flying feathered friends. At night they can enjoy a view of the lighthouse, standing stalwart and tall, its steady light guiding ships back to the foaming shore. Carpentry is an art to me, and I'm glad I pulled back from building houses full-time to do what I enjoy most. I'm drawn to certain specialty jobs the way I'm drawn to certain women, ones that excite me while presenting a challenge at the same time. Of course, finding out that my New Year's date was married, that's not the sort of challenge I'm looking for. Talk about a waste of time. I should have taken Kirsten up on the invite to go to her place. But no, I wanted Maggie to know I had better things to do with my holiday. Boy, did that backfire. An image of Maggie comes to mind. The feisty redhead might challenge me, but she most definitely does not excite me. Yet even as I think it, a spot of heat flickers low in my belly. Okay, so she's attractive, and she's intriguing. I'll give her that too. I admire the way she scored a coffee loft franchise of her own. Plus, she has a good eye. The old train station is a gem, and since the prior owner had let the place get run down, I hear she got it for a steal. Still, Kirsten's younger sister is a stubborn little thing, and proud too. It didn't take much to get her goat when I pointed out Nobly's faulty work and sloppy shortcuts. She couldn't even swallow her pride enough to tell me how much she liked the design ideas I came up with. Of course, she does come in each day, dressed in polished semi-casual attire. The dainty redhead weaves her way through the cramped workspace, careful not to trip over the scattered tools and days' worth of debris while she checks out my work. She gives me compliments here and there, nothing too generous, and before leaving, she offers the coffee of my choice, on the house, which I gladly take her up on. Most days, I say very little in return, which isn't hard. During lunch with my brothers last week, I claimed Maggie wasn't my type, but in a lot of ways the ambitious redhead is exactly my type. She's fit, attractive, and has that snarky edge I can't help but be drawn to. And let's not forget that chemistry. It's alive and kicking. When Maggie sets those hazel eyes on me, filled with barely masked irritation and disdain for yours truly, I long to ignite other emotions. I imagine a guy has to bust his back to gain her approval. She's hard to get, which is why no one's caught her yet. If she wasn't Kirsten's sister, I'd have probably already tested the waters this week to see if I could crack that frosty little shell of hers and find out what makes her tick. As it is, the soap opera circumstance surrounding us, Kirsten urging me on while Beau insists I steer clear, has me remaining squarely in my lane. Get the job done and move on, Braxton. I finish hammering in the final bowed board for the rooftop when my phone lets out a buzz. I slide my hammer back into my belt and grab my phone. I've been meaning to check the time anyway. It's getting dark out. I tap the screen to read the new text. Beau, you just about finished? If so, stop by the main shop before you leave. Kirsten and I are here, and I ordered you a drink. Chantel says she knows your favorite. That she does. I glanced toward the main shop. I had a coffee right when I got here, and I plan to grab another before I take off. It's hard not to crave it when I'm inhaling that aroma all day. The rich, distinct smell of roasted coffee beans, combined with the intoxicating scent of fresh-cut wood, has made this job even better than most. Braxton. All right, man. Thanks. See you in a min. I pack up for the day, chest puffed with pride from a job well done, mouth watering for that frothy cappuccino. I feel great about the work I got done today, and I feel even better knowing I'll have a nice drink to warm me on the way home. If I hurry, I'll catch the second half of the game. Not that I'm terribly invested now that the Seahawks are down. The lot is even more crowded than usual. Cars line the roadside starting at the coffee loft and continue as far as the eye can see. As soon as I pull open the entrance door, I sense the mass energy of a crowded space. I duck my head as I weave through a few people who've migrated into the walkway leading to the counter. Beau catches my gaze with the hook of one arm, motioning for me to join him and Kirsten, who's lifting a pair of coats off a spare chair and pulling them onto her lap. Chantel's starting your drink now, Beau says. Thanks, I say. It might be rude to skip out on the show, but I'm not about to stay. I shift my gaze to the mock stage where a couple stands awkwardly facing one another, mics in hands. So finally, a chick who's probably in her early 20s says, Brinley is sure she's worked up the nerve to tell her best friend Mason that she likes him. She figures she can tell him during the ball game, or maybe right after, so long as she doesn't chicken out. A chime sounds, and all eyes shift to the male standing opposite her. He's tall, gawky, and from what I can tell, nervous. Beau leans in and taps my arm. It's an improv storytelling. A couple goes up and takes their best shot at telling a story. It has to be romance, Kirsten adds in a whisper. The kid clears his throat and smears a hand over his glistening forehead. So, meanwhile, Mason is on his way to pick up Brinley for the game. While he's driving, He finds that his palms are sweaty against the wheel. His heart is pounding harder too. He knows it's because he has something to tell this woman he's been slowly falling in love with, and he's not so sure how she'll take it. Oohs and ahs fill the crowd. I resist an eye roll and tip my head back to spot the action behind the counter. Hopefully my coffee is coming soon. I have an old lounge chair and a big screen TV calling my name back home. A sliver of disappointment burrows into my chest as I realize Maggie must have gone home. The irritating thing is, I didn't even realize I was looking for her. But more perplexing is the fact that I'm not relieved that she's gone. There's Chantel holding a steaming mug with a white frothy top as she heads my way. I'm about to get my hopes up when I realize she's serving it in one of the house mugs, not a to-go cup. Great. Well, maybe that one's not mine. But Chantel narrows her gaze on me. She nods toward the table, indicating her intent, then slides the delicious-looking drink gently onto the surface, causing the foam with its decorative swirls to tip and sway. The crowd claps, and the host of this thing congratulates the couple on a job well done. "It's already paid for," Chantel whispers, but I slip her a 5 as a tip. "Thanks. You don't happen to have a to-go cup around here, do you?" The woman nods while refastening the strings on her apron. "Sure thing. I'll be right back with that. Or if you'd like, I can pour it for you. It can get messy," she warns. I shake my head. "The cup will do for now, thank you. I'll sip this down a bit first." I lift the warm mug to my lips, blowing gently before pulling in a cautious sip. So good. Hopefully I can get past the awkward energy between Maggie and me because I don't think I'll be able to quit this coffee. It easily beats the competition within miles. "Okay," the host says. "It's time for our 5th and final couple of the night. This last pair may have an advantage having seen how it's done by a handful of others. But the disadvantage they have is the competition they must measure up to. Everyone's been great so far, right?" People clap and cheer, encouraging me to join along half-heartedly before taking another sip. "A little birdie told me I should consult this couple right over there," the woman continues. "You in the blue shirt and the gal in the white sweater." It takes me a moment to realize she's pointing at Kirsten and Bo. I grin, deciding I might stick around after all. I'll enjoy seeing Bo up there breaking a sweat while trying to entertain a crowd. "What are your names?" she asks. "I'm Bo, and this is my girlfriend Kirsten." "But instead of coming up there ourselves," Kirsten inserts, "I was hoping you could get my sister Maggie, the owner of this place, up there with this guy right here." She reaches over to rub my shoulder. "His name's Braxton." I shake my head, but already the crowd is cheering. "That's not a bad idea," the lady says, combing over the crowd. "Maggie, where are you?" "She's gone," I offer, "and I'm just heading out." "No, she's not," calls a familiar voice from the coffee bar. "It's Chantel." She's standing directly behind Maggie, presenting her like a lamb for the slaughter. Maggie looks terrified, eyes wide, face flushed, head shaking. "I don't think it's a good idea." "Don't you?" the woman with the mic asks before turning back to the crowd. "What does the audience think? Would you guys like to see the one and only Maggie Modella team up with this handsome gentleman over here?" The crowd cheers in encouragement. Maggie's cheeks burn brighter, and I can't help but enjoy the fact that she's suffering from embarrassment. As much as I dread the idea of sticking around any longer, I don't fear standing in front of a crowd. In fact, for my senior year, I juggled both football and theater so I could be in the school musical with Laurie Myers. We got the lead roles, which meant I got to kiss her. I felt oddly comfortable on stage, even if I did have to sing sappy love songs in front of my entire graduating class. Deep down, I knew I was the envy of most guys too. Everyone wanted Laurie. I shoot to my feet and turn my gaze on the reluctant woman in Chantel's encouraging grip. "I'm game if Maggie is," I say, smiling for the crowd whose eyes dart between Maggie and me. The group cheers louder. "Ooh," the host with the mic says. "Did you guys hear that? What do you say, Maggie?" Maggie's eyes widen. The blush in her cheeks travels down the length of her neck. I might feel guilty about encouraging this if I wasn't enjoying myself so much. "Come on, Magpie," I say, using the name I've heard Kirsten use. "You and I can write a love story together, don't you think?" "Sure," she manages. I can't help but smile triumphantly. I expected Maggie to have a better poker face, especially in front of her patrons at an event in her own coffee shop. But despite her obvious attempt to appear unbothered, Maggie's nostrils flare. We make our way to the stage, me from one end of the room, Maggie from another, and meet at the crates I stacked for the stairs. I hold out a hand to assist her, but she snubs it and marches up the steps on her own. "I have a feeling this one's going to be good," the woman with the mic says. "Now, remember to use your own names for the story. Not that you're the characters in your tale, it's just easier to keep track of the couples in the stories this way. Maggie nods and smears her palms down her pants. A pair of form-fitting slacks that show off her thin but curvy figure. We each take hold of a mic and turn to the one running the show. She looks at us in turn. You'll start, Maggie. Whenever you hear the beep, stop where you are and let the other pick up, even if it means they finish your sentence, I blurt, hoping to gain a little favor with the crowd. Heck, most of them probably already know and like Maggie. The gal hosting laughs along with a few in the crowd. Exactly, she says. Now, let the love story begin.
Chapter 8. Maggie. This guy is something else, isn't he? That's the only thing running through my mind as I grip the mic with my admittedly sweaty hand. I don't want to use it to tell some love story to the crowd with Braxton as my partner. I want to clutch the thing tight and bop him upside the head with it. I want to embarrass him as much as this is embarrassing me. But so far, the handsome guy with his snarky grin seems to be enjoying himself. While I'm at it, I'd like to strangle Kirsten and Beau for doing this to me when I made it very clear I didn't want anything to do with Braxton. Once upon a time, JJ, who I'm irrationally angry with as well, starts with a nod in my direction. My mouth goes dry as I glare at Kirsten. Why did she and Beau do this to me? Had they given Braxton a heads up? Was this the plan all along? Maybe it's the only reason they agreed to come. Braxton clears his throat loudly in the mic. Giggles sound over the crowd. Let her warm up for a minute, JJ suggests. Nod to me when you're ready. I pull the mic away from my lips to release a shaky breath. What in the crap am I going to say? At last I think of something, a roundabout way to take a jab at him. I nod to JJ. Once upon a time, she says again, there was a woman named Maggie who wanted to have a boat built. She already had one boat that she loved very much because her greatest, oldest friend crafted it for her. She was told a boat builder named Braxton might do a good job on a second boat, so she had him come out to give her a bid. I shoot a look at Braxton and catch the corner of his mouth lifting at one side. But instead of focusing on the boat she wanted him to build, Braxton, who's as humble as a prancing peacock, started picking apart the boat her dear friend had built. Ding. I lower my mic, pleased to see that Braxton is looking a bit flustered. What dear little Maggie didn't realize, he says, is that big strong Braxton was a professional boat maker, meaning he knew better than she did that the boat was in poor form. But that didn't stop Maggie from pouting up a storm and almost refusing to have Braxton build the new boat, even though there was no one better suited for the job. The audience chuckles, and I realize how obvious it probably is that this story is personal. In fact, he continues, looping a thumb through a loop in his tool belt, Maggie made her assistant call to accept his bid, which was not only immature but also discouraging. Braxton was almost positive she didn't like him, but then... His brow lifts, and he turns his devilish gaze on me. But then what? My mind scrambles. I do not want JJ to pass this on to me when I have no idea how to direct where he's going. But I also want her to stop Braxton before he can take it any further. But then he started noticing her watching him as he worked. Heat burns in my chest. This is not funny. Maggie would stride in with a mug of coffee and make comments about his strong, muscled physique, and Braxton liked that. My eyes double in size. My jaw drops so hard it would take a crane to lift it off the floor. The embarrassment pulsing through my veins is hot enough to catch fire with my next breath. Ding. At least, that's how Mr. Cocky saw it, I say. Poor guy is so in love with himself, he can't help but think everyone else is admiring him too. Maggie, as any responsible person would do, did check in on Braxton's handiwork, and she did give him credit where credit was due. Still, when she'd say that the base of the boat looked sturdy and strong, Braxton heard his own version of that compliment. In his mind, Maggie was saying that his biceps, triceps, and that oversized neck of his looked sturdy and strong. Oversized neck? Braxton mouths, scratching beneath his jaw with a puzzled look in his eye. He was so confident that she was starting to like him, in fact, that Braxton started to repay the imagined favor by telling Maggie how hot she looked each day. Ding. Take that, Braxton. It wasn't hard to do, Braxton says, eyeing me up and down in a roguish manner. Heat springs in new places now, warm and tingly sparks. Low in my tummy. She did look good each day, he continues, and well she knew it. One day, however, while Braxton was busy working and Maggie was nearby, he spotted an 8-legged creature crawling down her back. She was bent far over to fasten the straps of her shoes while singing to whatever song played from the earbuds she wore, probably Metallica, but I digress. There was a spider headed for Maggie's caboose, and Braxton needed to act quickly. He knew just what he needed to do. I groan inwardly, willing JJ to give it back to me. But the woman looks far too intrigued. In fact, the entire group leans forward in a collective motion, as if a human magnet has just waved its magic wand from the stage. He clears his throat and continues. Big, strong Braxton dropped his tools, dusted his hands on his jeans, and rushed with superhero speed toward the woman in need of his services. The spider seemed to grow bigger with every step he took, creepily moving down her lower back with its hairy legs and big, googly eyes. He got there just as the venomous thing rounded her backside and bared its dagger-sharp teeth. Without delay, Braxton bravely lifted his hand and swatted that thing right off her tush with a solid smack. The crowd hoots and hollers. Braxton carries on. Maggie spun quickly around to face him. Braxton was ready to explain why he'd done it, knowing she'd be livid. But before he could form the words, the expression on her face stopped him short. My brow furrows while I wait for him to elaborate. I prop a fist on one hip. She wasn't scowling at him, he continues, and she wasn't looking at him in question. Instead, Maggie was smiling at him and batting her lashes, which could mean only one thing. Braxton leans in to finish his sentence, eyes pinned on me. She liked it. I gasp. Ding! I dart glances throughout the crowd, catching mirth and amusement on every face in the house. These are my patrons. I can't lose my cool up here, and I'll be danged if I let him get the best of me. What silly Braxton didn't realize, I say, is that she wasn't fastening her shoes at all. Maggie had simply tripped while trying to navigate the wreckage of his workspace. Scattered tools, knotted electric cords, and takeout bags galore. Galore? He repeats under his breath. I pin a look on him and continue. So, imagine her surprise when, instead of helping her up like any gentleman would, Braxton swatted her rear end with his grubby hand. Then, when she spun around, all wide-eyed and furious, Braxton didn't bother explaining he'd seen a spider. He just gave her a slimy grin and said, "You liked that, didn't you?" But she didn't like it, so she did what any self-respecting woman would do. She gave him a well-deserved slap across the cheek. The audience is really laughing now, which gives me confidence to give them more. Sadly, JJ hands it over with the press of her thumb. Ding! Braxton steps closer, eyes pinned on me. She gave him a slap, all right. A moment before rushing in for a hot, urgent kiss. Braxton glides his fingertips over his lips and grins. Someone uses their horn to sound out a long, theatrical cat call. Ding! JJ rushes in with an arm lifted high over her head, and that's all for now, folks. Let's give our final contestants, Maggie and Braxton, a big round of applause. They do, and I do my best impersonation of a good sport. Inwardly, I am fuming, seething over the fact that Braxton made me look like a fool up here, one blotchy blush after the next. I've got to be redder than the balloons by now. JJ takes the mic. Okay, folks, put those pencils to good use and vote. 3 of the 4 couples will return for next week's event. Contestants will be notified. The rest of you will have to show up to find out who moves on. I do not look in Braxton's direction, but from my periphery, I could swear I see a grin on his face.
Chapter 9. Braxton. Sweat drips down my temples as I sand the edge of a fresh-cut plank. Since I often cut on site to get the measurements precise, I'm left with a bit of sanding work to smooth out the edges. I don't mind. The smell of fresh wood is one of life's finest gifts. Also fine, not that I'm looking, is the maddening woman pacing back and forth, watching me as I work. Why do you wear the bandana? Maggie asks. I continue sanding. Keeps me from inhaling sawdust, I say. Occupational hazard, but I only have to wear it when I'm sanding. Sometimes I wear it while I stain the wood too. It's a soft sound, but somehow I manage to hear it through the repetitive scratch of sandpaper on wood. It's increasingly this way lately, my growing awareness of Maggie's distracting presence when she steps in to survey the project. I was wondering, she says thoughtfully, if you ever think about our story. My brow lifts. It's been nearly a week since the storytelling event in the main shop, not that I'm counting, and the answer to her question is too embarrassing to admit. Yes, I think about it. I can't stop thinking about it. I shrug. Kind of, but my hand goes still because she is moving toward me, closer and closer still. Soon I catch hints of her enticing scent, like sugar cookies with a strong side of freshly ground coffee, good enough to eat. Her hand brushes my shoulder. Mind if I see something? I gulp, straighten, and turn to catch a look in her hazel eyes that I've only dreamed of seeing. Please tell me this isn't one of those dreams. If it is, I don't want to know. Not yet. She reaches out, runs her fingertips over my covered jaw, then loosens the bandana with one light tug, exposing the lower half of my face. Her heated gaze drops to my lips. My mouth waters in response. I gulp again. The sandpaper forgotten, I lift my hand to trace the delicate curve of her silky neck. Skin so soft I close my eyes to enjoy the sensations that rush through me. I want more. I lower my head, eyes aimed on that pretty mouth of hers, and press a warm, lingering kiss to her lips. Maggie surprises me by grabbing my flannel shirt to pull me closer. I happily oblige. I'm just getting into the rhythm when she pulls away suddenly. Before I can ask why, Maggie pushes me back and slaps me hard across the face. Her lips part, and I know she's about to lay into me, but what comes out doesn't sound human at all. I jolt, eyes popping open, heart pounding, and peer into the darkness around me. A siren wails in the distance. Yep, I rasp, another dream. I must be some sort of sucker to be dreaming about a woman who infuriates me as much as Maggie does, especially one who hates me. I grin at the thought because I'm not entirely convinced Maggie does hate me. I admit that I'm dragging my feet on the project. I've caught myself purposely slowing down while burning through one task or another. I'm not paid hourly or anything, so there's no harm in it. Still, I wouldn't do it if I didn't like having an excuse to see Maggie each day. I groan. I hate when I'm blunt with myself. I'm better at being blunt with others. I shrug onto my side and stuff a pillow over my head. The worst part is, Maggie and I got voted into the final round, a fact Chantel told me about while delivering a caramel macchiato on the house, which, I have to say, felt very much like a bribe. Want more of these babies? Don't let Maggie down. Tomorrow, that feisty redhead and I will step back onto that stage for the second storytelling event. I can't help but wonder if this time will be as heated as the last. Another question pops to mind, the way it has 1,000,000 times since we told the tale of that kiss between Braxton and Maggie. Has she dreamt about it too?
Chapter 10. Maggie. Dart number 2. Cupid's cringe. What do humiliation and passion have in common? Either can make you blush. If my consumption of Dart 1, Cupid's clash, was the feast of feasts, my approach to Dart 2 is more like a family-style potluck. You put some of everything on your plate so as not to offend anyone, and you force it all down for the same reason, savoring the good stuff and gulping down the unpleasant parts with an extra grain of salt on things like Grandma's flavorless steamed peas. Again, Lovely gives prime examples from both literature and cinema to demonstrate just how impactful a slice of humble pie can be. Anne of Green Gables, proud and lovable as she is, slips and falls after accepting a dare, enduring deep humiliation in the process. But does this deter her admirer, Gilbert Blythe? No, sir-ee. She gives other references too, like when the cocky jock shows off to get a certain cheerleader's attention and makes a fool of himself instead. But it doesn't turn the reluctant cheerleader off. On the contrary, she's endeared to him instead. We're flawed, Lovely points out, so being around flawed people appeals to us. Perfection is as unattractive as it is unattainable. If you endure a significantly humiliating event under the gaze of a potential suitor, you might just be one step closer to finding love that will last a lifetime. I hate to admit that my skepticism is trying very hard to rear its ugly head. I'm bitter after my attempts to devise some Cupid's clash encounter, even if Lovely did say the darts can't be contrived. After reading the chapter a second time, I move into a state of acceptance. Fine, I'll take a hot dish of humiliation for one, please, so long as I don't close myself off completely. I'm determined to break that pattern. I read the following 2 chapters, both of which expound on the topic, and it's not long before the angst vanishes. Who knows? Maybe my attempts to force Cupid's clash, all of which ended in varying degrees of embarrassment, will inevitably lead to something more. Not with classy produce guy from the store, but I wouldn't mind ending up with gorgeous goatee guy from the gym. It rains hard on my way to work, steady thuds on my windshield that only grow more rapid the closer I get to the beachside strip. On rainy days like this, my trusty car, Sunny, beams bright and happy against the gray day. I left my umbrella in the shop yesterday, so I resign myself to having frizzy hair, which sucks since tonight I have to get on that stage again and play improv storyteller with What's His Tool because, surprise, we were voted into the next round. I can't explain how awkward it's been, since Braxton painted me as some ogling perv who's been checking him out and liking my caboose smacked. Now, I barely dare step foot in the caboose to see how things are coming along. The better part of me knows he was only joking, creating a good story and making them want more. And who wouldn't want more of such a ruggedly handsome, charming specimen in a tool belt? I don't find him charming, of course, but after his performance on stage, I saw far too many flushed cheeks, bashful grins, and fluttering lashes. The guy practically had his own fan club vying for his attention as he exited the coffee loft. Windshield wipers squeaking, raindrops pelting, I pull into a far-off stall beside Braxton's work truck. I like that he seems to know that the spots closest to the entrance should be reserved for guests, and even on days he's loading and unloading. He never keeps his truck next to the caboose longer than necessary. I appreciate that. Jeb Nobley's beat-up truck sat parked in front of the first edition from sunup to sundown until he was through. Not that I blame him, of course. But keeping the storefront clear of that construction-related clutter is better for business. Since the rain doesn't let up, I force myself to make a run for it. Yet, thanks to my pencil skirt and heels, it's more of a shuffle. Hands poised overhead to shield me from the storm, I glance briefly toward the caboose. Hopefully Braxton's almost done. Maybe he'll finish up before tonight's event. I'm halfway to the door when something about my view changes abruptly. Suddenly there's a bluish tint over the ground. I sense something above me and glance up, gasping when I see my floral print umbrella hovered over my head. "Here, go ahead and take it," comes a familiar voice. "You left it in the caboose yesterday." Ah, that is where I left it. I spin to see a dripping wet Braxton holding the umbrella over my head, his hair drenched with rain. A dark lock falls to obscure one eye a moment before he rakes a free hand through it and shakes his head. My breath hitches. What in the taste of manly perfection is happening right now? My gaze traces over the drops that trickle down the flawless planes of his handsome face. Some hugging the chiseled cut of his stubble-covered jawline, others gathering at the corners of his full lips. My mouth actually waters at the sight. I'm flooded with feelings of desire, longing, and even envy, what I wouldn't give to be the rain right now. I force my hand to lift and take hold of the handle, but flinch when I grab his hand instead. Braxton steadies the upper part of the pole with his other hand, before removing the one beneath my loose grip. "You got it?" he asks, through an amused grin. A grin that says he just might know the effect he is having on me. I clear my throat. Yes, thank you. I nod at him, a cue that I'm good and he can go back to the train car, but he doesn't go just yet. Instead, he searches my face, then fixes those mocha brown eyes on mine. A rush of bonfire heat roars through my chest, warming my neck and cheeks as well. "You look." He pauses, gulps, then grins sheepishly. "You look nice today. The rain looks good on you." And then he's turning away and rushing back to the caboose. Tingles whirl low in my tummy, the pleasing sensation fanning clear to my toes. Holy smokes. That was a moment, wasn't it? It was for me. Braxton Wheaton is good. He is very good, and not just at his craft. Once inside the warmth of the busy coffee loft, I plunk the umbrella in the stand, trade my rain-splattered trench coat for an apron, and help Chantel with the line of customers up front. All I can do is hope that no one sees the extra warmth in my cheeks as I relive that moment with Braxton again and again. He brought the umbrella to me, I remind myself. Braxton Wheaton, who happens to be a 50 on the 1 through 10 scale, saw me pull up, then raced out to bring my umbrella to me. Had he been waiting for me? Watching the lot, knowing I'd be missing it? I can't help but be warmed by the chivalrous gesture. "What are you smiling at?" Chantel asks. I feel caught as I spin to face her. I glance back at the customers before leaning in towards her. "Braxton just ran into the rain to bring me my umbrella," I say. "Apparently, I left it in the caboose last night." Chantel does a high-pitched hum. "Dang," she says, "that means something." We hurry back to the customers, but I can't help but play her words in my mind. I, too, think it means something. I want to think it means he noticed me and the forgotten umbrella because he's interested in me. But if nothing else, it shows that Braxton is more of a gentleman than I gave him credit for. "Yep," I hear Chantel say. "The storytelling duel is tonight at 7 o'clock. The customer, an adorable blonde who frequents the shop, grins my way. "I'll be back for it. Good luck. I hope you and Braxton win." She knows his name. Of course she does. "Thanks," I say. "Do you know him?" The gal shakes her head. "No, I just remembered his name 'cause you guys used it in the story, and then we used them to vote, so..." "Right," I say. "Well, thanks for the support. We'll see what happens tonight." Tonight. My once waning dose of dread rises back to the surface. Why did I have to host the storytelling thing in the first place? Not that I can complain. The Coffee Loft had one of its best sell days since I opened the place. Tonight, I anticipate an even bigger turnout. Plus, at least this time, I won't be caught off guard. Still, the dilemma is real. Braxton and I are supposed to be telling an improv romance story, romance. If I insist on dousing every spark he lights, the crowd won't like it. And what am I so afraid of anyway? It's not like we're actually telling a story about ourselves, even if I did start things out that way with the whole boatmaker analogy, but what else did I have? I'm not a writer. I'm lucky I came up with anything. That thought is pulled from my mind as I lay eyes on the next customers in line, a tall man with a toddler on one hip beside a short redhead in a forest green sweater. "Viv!" I rush from behind the counter and dash in for a warm hug. Her belly bulges between us, telling me something I hadn't been aware of. My eyes get wide as I pull back. "You're expecting again? What can I say?" Chad answers for her, pulling me in for a sideways hug. She can't keep her hands off me. The lanky man lifts Skylar's floppy hand so he waves at me. "You remember Mags?" Skylar pulls back and shakes his head, peering at me suspiciously over his ruddy cheeks and red nose. He's so cute I want to lean in, rub noses with him, and squish my cheek against his to take in the doughy softness. "It's okay," I assure. "You'll remember me next time if I put extra whipped cream on your hot chocolate, won't you?" "I know I will," Chad says with a laugh. Viv nudges her husband's arm with an adoring smile. "Sky's going through that whole stranger danger phase," she explains as if I might know what she means. "Yeah." I try to recall how my nephew Jack was as a toddler. Though we were so close, I doubt he ever viewed me as a stranger. He'll grow out of it. And this one. Viv rubs a hand over her round belly. "She's due the first week in April." Viv holds my gaze and nods, a glowing grin lighting her pretty face. Viv and I used to talk about the future, one that, of course, contained visions of baby girls who were just the same age so they could be best friends like us. Heat crashes through me like a fast-rising tide, tossing me off balance with pushes and pulls from all directions. Happiness for my close friend and her growing family, excitement to meet the little angel growing miraculously inside her, and a hot streak of fear that it might never happen for me. "We're naming her Lydia, after my grandmother." "Ah, that's so beautiful." I throw my arms around her once more and kiss her cheek. "I'm so happy for you." I pull back and glance at the boys in her life. "For all of you," I say, turning toward the counter. "Here, let's get you guys warmed up with some drinks." Once the trio is seated with their order, I can't help but watch the small family. Viv and Chad study Skylar's every move like he's center stage of the best show in town. The adorable toddler makes a game of dotting his nose with whipped cream and making his parents laugh. At one point, he even motions to his mommy's tummy and babbles the word sissy. The tide rushes back in. I see small, growing families every day. It's nothing new. But to see Vivian, my best friend who stood as a fellow bridesmaid at the same weddings, also wondering when her time would come, it's bittersweet, encouraging and discouraging all at the same time. I'm thrilled for her, of course, Plus, if it happened to her, it could happen to me, but when? It's been over 3 years, and I'm no closer to finding Mr. Right than I was back then. I'm still enduring my share of cringeworthy episodes like I did back on Viv's wedding day. I want to outgrow those already, not embrace them, just so I can get struck by Lovely's freaking Cupid dart number 2. A flash of something zips through my mind, but it's gone before I can catch hold of it. It's a recollection of sorts, as if I'm inwardly working to solve a puzzle, and the missing piece almost makes itself known. I'm heading out, Chantel says, luring me from my musings. She hangs up her apron, slips her tattoo-covered arms into her leather coat sleeves, and nods to where Jane and Matt juggle the tasks behind the bar. They've probably got things covered if you want to head out now too. Get something to eat before tonight's event. I nod, though I haven't exactly registered what she's saying. Okay, I force anyway. Thanks. You all right? Chantel checks reluctantly. I blink, remembering that she's probably in a hurry. Chantel's taking her dad to the doctor. Yes, I blurt. Of course, thanks. Tell your dad hi. I will. She's halfway to the back door when she waves over one shoulder. See you tonight? I decide Chantel's right. It's the perfect time to take a break. I tell Viv and her cute little family goodbye, head up to my office, and plunk into my favorite old armchair in the corner. It's soft and worn, and it cradles me like an old friend. I pull open the drawer of the side table and eye the stash inside. 2 jars of peanut butter, one smooth and one extra chunky. I snatch the chunky, secure a spoon from the compartment alongside, and unscrew the lid as I set my thoughts back on the elusive puzzle taunting my mind. At the first taste of the nutty, sweet flavor, I sink deeper into the cozy chair, pry off my heels, and prop my legs over the armrest. The heater kicks on, enhancing the moment with a waft of warmth coming from the vent and floating over my toes. Yes. This is exactly what I need. An escape from the pesky prodding in my head, the voices that tell me I'll never have what Viv has, that I'm bound to be alone forever. Part of me wants to simply accept that fate and stop trying. But tears sting my eyes, my throat gets achy and tight. I wish I wasn't so afraid. Look at Kirsten. She was betrayed by the man who swore his life to her, and she didn't let that stop her from letting Beau into her life. In fact, Kirsten told me that on New Year's, the couple used the L word for the first time. A sudden tap comes to my door, followed by the sound of a man clearing his throat. Maggie? The voice, ocean deep and sandpaper rough, summons an image of Braxton. I sniff back my tears. Yes? If I'm interrupting. You're not, I lie. Come on in. I turn to face him as he steps into my office. Braxton Wheaton really is something to look at. The outline of his masculine arms, the span of his broad chest, and the appeal of his chiseled jawline, accented by a never-ending 5 o'clock shadow. He smells like fresh-cut wood and leather, probably from that surprisingly attractive tool belt. Man of wonders, that's what he is. Successful operator of his own construction crew, talented specialist in private, custom jobs, and chivalrous umbrella guy who looks hot in the rain. Did you need something? I ask, hoping my lashes aren't wet with tears. His focus darts between the spoon and the jar in my hand. No, yes, I'm almost done. I wondered if you'd like to walk through it before I leave. See if there's anything you'd like altered as I finish up. Oh, you're... sure, just a second. I set the jar and spoon down, grab my heels off the floor, and work on the task of fastening the straps. If there was a cloud over me before, it feels bigger and darker now. You're coming back for tonight's event, right? I finish with one shoe and move to the straps of the next, sensing his gaze on me. You don't want to disappoint your new fan club, I add. But the truth is, I'm the disappointed one. I don't exactly hate Braxton as much as I thought I did. And who knows, maybe if we had more time together, we'd discover there's actually something there. I wouldn't miss it, he rasps. I clench my eyes shut against the sudden urge to crumble. First, I run into Viv and Chad, catching a glimpse of what I'm missing, of what I might never have. Next, I find out that Braxton's leaving just when I was warming up to him a little. Slow footsteps bring him closer. My gaze shifts to his work boots as I finish fastening the second clasp and another waft of cedar toys with my senses. His hand drops, and I realize he's offering it to me. It's the second chivalrous gesture of the day, and I can't help but swoon a little, which only shows how deprived I am of such attention. I take hold of his rather large hand, appreciating the callous nature of his skin. He's a hard-working man, and I like that. Once he helps me to my feet, Braxton tilts his head and drops his gaze. Nice shoes. My face flushes with heat. Thanks. Holy chemistry, it's nearly explosive. Why now? Why now that our time is through, does the chemistry have to become so alive? I clear my throat. Shall we? When his eyes flit back to mine, he lifts a flirtatious brow that sends tingles clear to my toes. We shall.
Chapter 11. Braxton. Maggie Modella is not playing fair. Those are the only words running through my mind as I trail the woman through her shop. She shrugs into her trench coat without removing her apron, which, for the record, looks incredible on her. I turn my head as she cinches up the straps and spot a familiar form heading out the door. Not many men are as tall and lanky as my cousin Chad. The guy's hand moves to the small of his woman's back while she bounces a toddler on one hip. Yep, that's him and Vivian, all right. Looks like they're happy. Yeah, until they get divorced like my brothers did. Seeing all three of my brothers' marriages fail has done a number on me. Sure, my own parents are still married, happily even. They have the type of marriage that gives onlookers hope. So why couldn't my brothers make it work? And why, when we had such a charmed upbringing, did Blaine fall into addiction so hard it killed him? That jaded question sears into my brain as I lead Maggie to the caboose and pull open the door. I motion for her to step inside first. She does, moving her gaze about the space while slowly walking toward the far end. I know I should be pointing out features and highlighting the details I put into my work, but I can't get my mind to shift. Stupid grief. It sneaks in when I least expect it, hitting me with Blaine's loss like it's new once again. He was here, and then he was gone. I tried, but I couldn't save him. Bo tried. Luke and Liam tried. Mom and Pop, sheesh, no one tried harder than them. No one prayed harder, cried louder, or ached deeper than they did at Blaine's tragic downfall. Braxton? I blink and scan the place until my eyes land on Maggie. She trails delicate fingers over the frame I installed around the custom mug case. This is gorgeous, she says approvingly. Even better than I imagined. I can't wait to put mugs in all the slots. The mug case is one of my favorite features. I allow it to pull me from my musings. 9 square feet of wall space houses 54 mug cubbies within a refurbished wood frame. It feels nice to have clients appreciate my work, but for some reason it feels extra nice to have Maggie do it. I'm vulnerable right now, needy, and after the dream I had the other night, one I can't stop thinking about, I'm drawn to her more than ever. The rain, which was barely sprinkling during our short walk here, pours hard once again. I watch Maggie move slowly about the space, one hand tracing the exposed ridge of her ivory collarbone above the loose trench coat collar. She seems thoughtful today, too, I realize, and I can't help but wonder what's on her mind. Does she have a Blaine-sized hole in her life as well? A hurt she can't quite move past. I grin as she oohs and ahs over things like the Outlook booth, something I'm exceptionally proud of, and the built-in cabinet that doubles as a coffee bar which I placed strategically beneath the built-in mug case. A piece she strides back to with another sigh. I walk over to admire it once more myself. Yet in the quiet space, with Maggie standing as close as she is, something else gains my attention, the growing palpable chemistry in the room. Buzzing, pulsing, swelling around us. Pop's always told me, if you want to make a touchdown, you first have to see yourself catching the ball, gaining the yards, and dodging every opponent in your way. Visualization has been key for me in building a business and then stepping away from the daily grind to do the type of work I enjoy most. And despite Bo's warning, not to mention Maggie's apparent aversion to me, I've been visualizing a moment like this. I'm sorry for getting angry over what you said about Jeb, Maggie says, surprising me. I'm starting to see that. Well, I still think he did a great job, of course, but I should have been more sensitive, I admit. Our shoulders touch and the raindrops grow louder. Or maybe it's just the heightening of all my senses at once. It's as if I'm more aware of Maggie than I was before, more aware of the list of things that set her apart from other women, making her more intriguing and impossible to ignore. Pretty soon our time together will come to an end. That fact has kindled a desperation of sorts, urging me to seize the moment despite Bo's objection, despite my own objections. Feeling a closeness, an unspoken connection, I blurt an ever-pressing question that's been weighing on my mind. Do you ever wonder what it's like to just let yourself fall for someone without being so afraid? As soon as the words leave my lips, I realize how assumptive they are. I'm the one who's afraid to dive in too deep. Who's to say Maggie struggles with the same thing? She searches my face, her hazel eyes holding secrets I'm dying to know. Hurts I suddenly want to fix. Passions I long to discover. I gulp as the question grows heavy in the air, causing me to shift beneath its lingering weight. At last, her gaze meets mine. Her lips part. Yes. Yes. It's only one word, but in this instance, it's gravity, keeping me from drifting into darkness, tethering me to that thing called hope, pulling me ever closer to this maddening woman I can't get out of my mind. A wave of confidence washes in, making my chest and shoulders rise. What if the two of us have somehow fallen into sync? Here we are, going through life, each bracing ourselves against the loneliness that awaits us if we fail to really give love a chance. I search her face, and my eyes are drawn to the defined peaks of her upper lip, and then that plump lower pout. And heaven help me, but her gaze drops to my mouth in return. Before my inner voice can spoil the moment, I lean in, lower my head, and press a soft, lingering kiss to Maggie's silky lips, lips I've dreamt about more times than I can count. Pleasure stirs warm in my lower belly. I bite back a groan. Even better than I imagined. I pull back, willing my eyes to open once more, and find her looking up at me in surprise. My eyes narrow. You're not going to slap me now, are you? She tucks a stray strand of hair behind one ear. Maybe. Her cheeks go pink, somehow enhancing her beauty all the more. My heart is pounding with triumph. I'm a kid again, an adolescent who just held hands with his first crush. As elementary as it might sound, I think I like Maggie, and I think Maggie likes me. Let me know if you need help placing the mugs in there, I say, shifting my gaze back to the case. It's a clumsy transition, but I'm already thinking of how to get more time with her, now that my job here is almost done. I'd love that, she says. Then you can see how it looks all filled up. Right. I nod, then take a few backward steps as I scan the area once more. Did you see anything you want added or changed? Not right off, she says. I'll look a little more and let you know. Sounds good. Hey, I add, switching gears as I make my way to the door. What do we get if we win the storytelling event tonight? A romantic date for two, she answers, her cheeks growing pinker still. I glance at the parking lot before shifting my gaze back to her. I hope we win.
Chapter 12. Maggie. What just happened? I watch Braxton step out of the caboose, and it's like seeing him for the very first time. My heart is pounding like a jackhammer. I trace over my lips with a shaky hand and relive the feel of his delectable mouth on mine. The way he leaned down, tilted his head, and moved in for a soft, sensual kiss that did more to me than I'm willing to admit. I am glued in place, heart melting over the rugged carpenter who works wonders with his artistic mind, his capable hands, and those mocha-brown eyes that, it turns out, have the power to turn my legs into mush. I hadn't even seen it coming. Here I was trying to orchestrate something with random men at the market and the gym. Meanwhile, Cupid was readying his bow with his sights set on me, just like Clarissa Lovely said he would. My eyes widen as I think of the first dart, Cupid's clash. Chills erupt over my skin because Braxton and I totally clashed. There was nothing contrived about it. Wow, I say breathlessly, stepping backward enough to lean against the wall. And Cupid's cringe. I was humiliated during the storytelling event. That has to qualify. That means I was hit twice. 2 darts, 1 man, and 1 very sneaky Cupid. Lovely said that having just one of those encounters was often impactful enough to bond couples in lasting ways. And here I've already experienced 2 with Braxton. It's happening, I say in a whisper. Excitement stirs low in my tummy, sending a fast and fluttery thrill through my very core. I replay the kiss once more, the way he looked at me as he leaned in, the feel of his warm breath on my skin, when suddenly I'm reminded of the reason I didn't want to like Braxton. His brother is my sister's new love interest, and that could come between them. It won't, I assure my old self, who was obviously overreacting and looking for a reason not to risk falling in love. New me agrees with Kirsten on this point. If things don't work between me and Braxton, we'll leave it at that. No big deal. I'm surprised by how much joy this outlook brings. I feel free, for the first time in a long time, to really, truly put myself out there. I creak open the door, ready to make a run for the coffee loft entrance, when something catches my eye. There, hanging on the outer handle of the caboose door, is my umbrella. I picture Braxton racing into the shop to get it for me, and give in to the dopey grin that forms on my face. Braxton hopes we win tonight's event, and get the romantic date for two, does he? I'm hoping for that very thing. Maggie. It takes everything in me to pay attention to the storytellers on the stage. I'm seated beside Braxton, whose work boot barely grazes the side of my shoe. The energy that urged us on hours ago is still revving hot. I crossed half a dozen things off my to-do list while waiting for tonight's event, but throughout it all, I couldn't stop thinking about the slightly rough feel of his fingertips on my neck, that confident bad boy gleam in his eye, and the blazing heat that replaced that gleam when his gaze dropped to my mouth. I barely closed my eyes in time to take in the bliss. Bliss that still races through me at the memory alone. I haven't exactly looked at Braxton since I sat down beside him, but I can feel him daring me to, in his spot beside me. "Let's give these guys a hand, everyone," JJ says, gaining my attention and letting me know that I missed the couple's story completely. I fight off a wave of embarrassment as Brinley and Mason take their seats to my left. "Good job," I say. Brinley grins. "Thanks. Good luck. Now, let's welcome our final couple of the night. This pair really caused a ruckus last week. You know who I'm talking about? Let's hear it for Braxton and Maggie." Oh my gosh. What in the world am I going to say this time? I've been so distracted by thoughts of Braxton's kiss that I haven't even considered it. Braxton's arm brushes mine as he comes to a stand. He offers me his hand and leans close to my ear. "Bo and Kirsten just walked in," he says under his breath while pulling me to my feet. "It's their fault we're up here. I say we use their story to get us through. What do you think?" I glance over to see Kirsten grinning widely at me in excitement. Bo helps her remove her coat, and the two take comfortable seats in the crowd. I move my gaze back to Braxton and give him a nod. "It's genius. Great idea," I say. Relief flooding over me already. "Nice to see you two up here again," JJ says. This time, we'll let Braxton take the lead. A hush settles over the crowd. "Once upon a time," the woman says theatrically, then hands the mic over to Braxton. He lifts the mic to his mouth. "There was a man named Braxton, who was married to a woman who loved nice things. They had a son named Peter, who was very good at soccer. One day, Peter and a fellow teammate started to notice something odd between Peter's mom and the teammate's dad." Oohs and ahs sound over the crowd. Kirsten's eyes go wide in surprise. Bo looks more amused than anything. A half smile appears on his face while he shakes his head. "Touché," he says without saying it. JJ turns it over to me with a ding, and Braxton holds out the mic. When I move to take it from him, he resists long enough for me to look at him in question. A grin tugs at one side of his lips, and the mischievous look in his eye reminds me of the delicious secret we share. No one else knows that Braxton and I shared a kiss in the caboose this afternoon, and something about that excites me. I force my thoughts back to the story. It's where Parker and Jack kept telling Bo and Kirsten that something wasn't right. I blow out a shaky breath. That teammate's dad had a devoted wife named, I stop myself from using Kirsten's name, Maggie. With the help of their observant sons, Maggie and Braxton began catching on to suspicious behavior. Each time Maggie's husband had an out-of-town work trip, Braxton's wife happened to plan a girls' trip. Something was fishy. The crowd buzzes. Ding. This time, as I hand the mic over to Braxton, I enjoy the sense of camaraderie. He gives me an approving smile, and as he tells the next part of Kirsten and Bo's story, how they set up a sting-op and spied on the cheating couple to get proof of the affair, I try very hard to focus so I can pick up where he leaves off. It takes effort, though, because in the back of my mind, I am allowing myself to let go of the things I thought I knew about Braxton. The assumptions, the judgments, the fear. If Kirsten thinks he's good enough for me, he's probably the real deal. By the time JJ hits the button once more, the story is at just the right place. I recall the torment Kirsten endured after the breakup. When Greg said he didn't regret cheating, that he was in love with Beau's wife and wanted to be with her. I skip over that part to get to what happened months later. This is a love story after all. It took months for Maggie and Braxton to recover. But after the dust settled, they worked on rebuilding a new sense of family, something that was easier when they did so together. Their exes wanted little to do with the kids, but that was just fine, because family was what Maggie and Braxton cared about most, and it felt good to be there for each other, to make new memories together. JJ sounds the chime, and I hand the mic back to Braxton. A solid friendship grew, he says. And before long, Braxton wanted to be more than just friends. He wasn't sure if she felt the same, but one night, he worked up the bravery to see for himself. Maggie had dozed off during a movie, and the kids were fast asleep. While she lay there, eyes closed peacefully, Braxton pressed his lips on hers for a soft, testing kiss. Braxton flashes that roguish look in my direction. Ding, JJ nods for me to take the mic. Last one, she warns under her breath. I lift the mic to my mouth, eyes set on Braxton, and grin. He kissed her all right, I say, and she liked it. I run my fingertips over my lips and add one final sentiment. The audience starts to cheer. Okay, folks, JJ hollers. Who's ready to vote?
Chapter 13. Braxton. I stand at the head of the bench press to spot Luke. We won the date. Maggie and I actually won the date. Well, the author gave all three of us prizes, which Maggie was glad about since she wouldn't want to take a prize from her guests, but we're the only ones who happened to win an overnight date. 2 more to go. Luke grunts while he presses. 3. I correct him ruefully. Luke grunts harder, extending his arms fully. The bar wobbles and I ready my hands just in case. He manages without my assistance, then lowers it to his chest once more. Nice, I tell him. Now you're at 2. From the corner of my eye, I see Liam and Beau heading towards the men's locker room. We're hitting the steam room, Liam announces with a wave. We'll see you in there, I say. Luke finishes up his last press and manages to get the bar back in its brace. He rubs a hand firmly over his chest and groans. That about killed me. No pain, no gain, brother. Inwardly, I know I'm risking serious pain myself to be getting involved with Maggie. But it's barely a consideration. I'd be an idiot to pass up this chance, but that doesn't mean I'm not torn about it. Especially the whole overnight thing. As Maggie was locking up at the exit, she and I talked privately at the door. We don't have to do the overnight part, I told her, but if we do, since it has separate beds and all, we could use the time to just talk, get to know each other better if you'd like. It took her forever to answer. I could tell her wheels were turning as she looked at the floor and the door and glanced about her vacant shop in the low light. At last, she replied, "Why don't we pack overnight bags just in case?" she suggested. "We can decide while we're there." I sensed she was nervous about it too. There was something unspoken in the air, a reservation of sorts. We were brave enough to explore things with a kiss, but did we dare test our luck by dating? I walk around the bench to give Luke a hand. He takes it, and I help hoist him onto his feet with a grunt. "So, what's got Beau's boxers in a bunch this morning?" he asks as we head toward the locker room. "He's barely even looked at you since we got here." I think back to last night. "It's about Maggie," I say. "What about Maggie?" I grab a hand towel and toss it around the back of my neck. "We kissed." "You kissed? Beau is going to kill you." Plus, Maggie and I won some romantic date for 2 by telling a version of his and Kirsten's love story. We changed the names, of course. Was this that thing at the coffee loft? Luke opens the door to the steam room. Yep. As soon as I walk inside, the damp heat clings to my skin, fills my nostrils, and goes straight to my lungs. It's quiet, save the hush of the steam pouring into the space with an airy blast. Once it stops, I rest my head and take in the penetrating heat. Moisture drips from the ceiling and splats on my legs, shoulders, and head. "Maybe he'd like it better if I took her out," Luke says from across the room. The comment is meant to agitate Beau, assuming he catches on to the subject matter. It's meant to say, "You think innocent little Braxton isn't good enough for Maggie? How do you like the idea of big bad Luke taking her out?" "Probably," I mumble. He's got something against me. Quiet takes over, making me think that Beau's not going to take the bait. But then, in true Wheaton, in-your-face fashion, he pipes up. "Guess I used the wrong tactic with you," he says. I'm not in the mood to bite back, but since Luke and I are the ones who started it, I indulge him. "Oh, do explain, brother dear. I should have known that if I told you not to date Maggie, you'd be kissing her before the job was through." "You kissed her?" Liam whoops. You didn't tell me he kissed her, Bo. You just said they're going on some weekend getaway. It's a date, I snap. Now Luke's the one to pipe up. Dude, you didn't tell me it was for the whole weekend. It's one night, I clarify. Some bed and breakfast in Richmond, in case we don't want to drive all the way back after the date. It's separate beds, no big deal. It goes quiet once more, but I can't exactly leave it there. I'm torn about the date as it is, and I don't need to be guilted by Bo and his nonsense. And it's not like I'm the one who planned the date. We won it. Bo mumbles. You know what? I say, half tempted to get to my feet and pace. You put me in an impossible situation. You want me to be nice to her, but not too nice. Meanwhile, Kirsten wants me to date her, and by the time I was 1 week into the job, Maggie absolutely despised me. Despite that, I continue, I start having dreams about her. I don't have control over that. And before I know it, she's admiring my handiwork and looking at me with those eyes, and it's after a weak moment where I'd been thinking about how crummy it is that Blaine died and that you all ended up divorced and how I'm not sure there's a lot out there to put my hope in. I shrug, staring blindly into the steamy clouds ahead, and I kissed her. Did she kiss you back? Luke and Liam ask in unison. Was just a peck, I say. But, yeah, nice, Luke says. That's great, man, Liam agrees. Thanks, I say to them. I'm taking her on the date we won, and I'm not going to feel guilty about it either, Bo. You can live your life, and I'll live mine. So long as you don't mess things up with Kirsten and me, he says. I won't, I promise, wondering if I can guarantee such a thing. Whatever, Bo says. You'll do what you want to do anyway. Yep, I say, I always do. Only it's not exactly true. If I always did what I wanted, I'd have made a move on Maggie long before now.
Chapter 14. Maggie. I pace my bedroom floor as I wait for Braxton to pick me up. It feels surreal, the fact that we're about to go on our first date, which happens to be an overnight date if we decide to stay. Not that we do anything we shouldn't. We just take the time to get to know each other better, like Braxton said. Time that I thought had expired when Braxton finished up his work on the caboose. Anticipation bubbles warm and tingly in my chest. I'm glad my time with him isn't through. There's a lot I don't know about Braxton, and I can't wait to learn more. When he comes to the door, he glances briefly inside my house before fixing his gaze on me. Heat stirs low in my tummy. His brown eyes are puppy dog sweet, save that ever-present spark of mischief. Hi, he rasps, then clears his throat. His cheeks warm. You look great. The compliment gives me a reason to appraise him in return. I like Braxton's everyday, rugged carpenter appeal, but the suit he's sporting adds a whole new dimension. It somehow accentuates the broadness of his shoulders and chest. His dark hair, which normally hangs in loose, rather reckless waves, is combed back, revealing a neatly trimmed undercut. Did he get a haircut for the occasion, I wonder? He looks polished, powerful, perfect. You look great too, I tell him, knowing the truth of that statement is written on my face. He walks me to the passenger seat of a gorgeous Cadillac before taking my overnight bag and resting it in the trunk. I borrowed this from Bo, Braxton explains as he settles behind the wheel. I figured it was better than the work truck. Plus, it's kind of a test drive. I'm looking for a second car that I can have a little fun with. This baby has some power, let me tell you. Nice, I say, but I can't escape the fact that he and I haven't exchanged a lot of pleasant conversation just yet. Sure, we're getting along a whole lot better now, but in the beginning, we clashed over Nobly's job with the train car, and our first storytelling experience was teeming with angst. But then I run into Viv and the baby and start getting in my head. And along comes Braxton, of all people, speaking my fears like he'd heard them all along. And we share this kiss that is straight out of the movies. Unexpected, tender, and sweet. A kiss that left me wanting, not only more of the same, but also more insight into who Braxton really is. He's deeper than I assumed, and the fact that he was willing to show a vulnerable side of himself in the caboose says that he trusts me. You know, I say, recalling the way he saved my hide during the storytelling event, which is how we won this date, to begin with. Sharing Kirsten and Bo's story was a stroke of genius. He tilts his head, glancing into the rear view as he merges onto the freeway. You think so? You know so, don't you? I tease. I always thought it was the sort of story that should go in a book one day, no doubt. Braxton agrees. They probably shouldn't lead with that at parties. People will think they're making it up. I laugh. Seriously. Braxton puts the car on cruise control and shoots me a quick sideways glance, causing new waves of heat to flare in my chest. We've got a 90-plus minute drive ahead of us, he says. We may as well play a game. What kind of game? I ask. In the spirit of hard-to-believe stories, I think we should start with the one where you tell two truths, one lie. The other has to guess which is which. Okay, I say. Who should start? Braxton glances over at me, causing another round of heat to flare in my tummy. Who would you like to go first? I shrug. Me, I guess. Just let me think for a minute. For the slightest second, I'm tempted to add something revealing, the fact that I've never told a man that I love him. But it's too deep for now. Too personal. Besides, it'd be awkward if he assumed that was the lie, like it's that crazy that I've never fallen in love. I shift gears. My parents have a whopper of a history that Braxton would never guess, so I'll use that one. And then there was that time I tried to make one of my own eyes go blind, since my friend was blind in one eye. Talk about embarrassing. I think of a made-up story that's easy enough to believe, and decide to start with that. Okay. When I was little, I had a toothless dog named Stubbs. Stubbs? Yeah, that's my first one. The second one. I once tried to make myself go blind in one eye. And third, after my parents got divorced, they both married other people, divorced those guys, and then got back together again. Only one of those is made up? Braxton asks. Only one, I assure. So, we've got the toothless wonder named Stubbs, the wannabe blind in one eye story, and the chain divorcing parents. That's right, I say. I'm going to guess that you did not try to blind yourself in one eye, he says. Please say you didn't attempt that. I don't need one more reason to fear being a dad one day. I laugh. Sorry, but I did do that. I wanted to be like Nancy D. She was cool, and she told me she was blind in one eye. I grin as I recall getting busted. Kirsten walked in on me. I was staring at the light fixture with a hand covering one eye. Braxton chuckles heartily under his breath. Why do kids do such dumb things? I join in on the laughter. I have no idea. That was bizarre of me. It most definitely was. And now you're more afraid to become a dad one day? Infinitely so. Who will make sure Braxton Jr. isn't staring at the light fixture while I'm at work? Stop it, I say through more laughter, enjoying the easy feel of being around him. It's unexpected. I'd been worried that spending so much time with Braxton in a quiet car might be awkward. But the comfortable ease of our conversation has me glad we've got the drive ahead of us. It also makes me glad I packed the overnight bag in case we want more time together. So, what was the lie? He asks. Stubbs. He's made up. Braxton tips his head. You don't say. I was just starting to feel sorry for him, too. So that means your parents flip-flopped a lot, huh? That's rough. Kirsten witnessed more of that than I did, I say. They'd been married and divorced before I was even born. After they each got divorced for the second time, they got back together long enough to have me, then split up again. I'm sorry to hear that, he says thoughtfully. I shrug. It's all I've known. I just hope I can give my kids a different experience, you know? He nods. Beau and I are lucky. Our parents are still together, and they're actually still in love too, if you can believe it. That's fortunate, I say. Yeah, okay, I urge. It's your turn. Give me two truths and one lie. Easy. I played the lead role in our high school musical senior year. I once out-ate all my brothers in a hot wings contest, and I shoveled dog poop off my neighbor's lawn almost every day. I take a moment to go over each declaration in my mind. The only one I do believe is the hot wings one. Braxton grins. That's the one that's false. Luke took the win on that one. But I was the lead in Footloose my senior year. I juggled theater and football. Wasn't easy. Wow. I soak in that for a moment, genuinely impressed. Footloose? That means you can sing, act, and dance. He shrugs. Means I was better than the other guys who tried out at my school. Or at least better looking, he adds. Probably both, but I don't say it aloud. Is there a copy of this production someplace? Maybe online? Braxton shakes his head. There were copyright restrictions, but my dad managed to sneak record the whole thing anyway. He was proud. And it's funny because I wondered if he'd give me crap for it, you know? Colin Wheaton is a man's man. He worked on cars for a living, rebuilds classic models as a hobby, and curses like a sailor. His excuse is that he spent some time in the Navy, but he rarely swears in front of my mom, which makes him a gentleman too. He was a good example to all of us boys. My heart warms. I like knowing that Braxton admires those things about his father, that he's had that type of role model in his life, one he looks up to. My mind wanders to the last thing on his list. What about the dog poop? You don't want it making your neighborhood looking gross, or what? I guess with a shrug. Nah, that's not why. The old man who is renting the place, his name's Martin, isn't physically able to take his dog for walks, so he lets it out in the front yard to do its business and get its energy out. The yard is gated, of course, so it can't get out or anything. Anyway, a few months back, I overheard his landlord, who's a real creep, threatening that if he doesn't keep the dog crap off the grass, he'll evict him. But he's not physically able to do it? I ask. He tried. I saw him fall on his face once trying to clean up after her, so I asked if I could help. I can't walk the thing since it's a yappy chihuahua that hates me, so I basically just go over there with a garden shovel and scoop it all over to the dirt. I consider that for a moment, amused by the way a story involving dog crap could give me the feels. But it does. Oh, how it does. That's quite the sacrifice, he shrugs. Takes 2 minutes tops, but it means the world to Martin and Muffy. Muffy? I repeat. The dog. I grin. I bet it does. Before I know it, we're pulling into the parking lot of what looks to be a meal distribution center. We follow the instructions on the date card and enter a kitchen where we're greeted by a pair of professional chefs with the white coats and hats to prove it. I'm Gertrude, says the pleasantly plump woman in a thick accent. The gray-haired man beside her speaks next. And I'm Gil. Tonight we'll be cooking a delicious meal for ye all by ourselves. But the woman at his side taps his arm. No, dear, we're not the only chefs for the night. No? Gil pulls a theatrically horrified expression. Remember? 2 of the courses will be prepared by. Gertrude drops off there and nods in our direction. Gil begins wringing his long gray goatee with both hands in turn. But we're the professionals. You don't mean to say they're going to. I do mean that. Gil shakes his head in protest. They can't. But they must. They must do part of the work to earn their keep. Gertrude points her chin toward me. Ye with the red hair. I laugh a little. Yes, come. She leads me to a covered table behind them. With the prompt of 2 sharp snaps, Gil hurries over, grips the dangling edges of the tablecloth, and yanks it off with a flourish. 7 brown paper bags are spread evenly on top. Pick a bag, you wee little thing, Gil says. Whatever's inside, it'll be your job to prepare it. Braxton chuckles softly, resting a hand on the small of my back to assure me I'm not alone. I narrow my gaze on the smallest bag in the bunch. Gil follows my gaze. She wants the runt of the litter because she is one. Now, I join in on the laughter as Braxton chuckles again. Yes, I confirm. I'd like that one, please. Gil's shoulders drop. I wanted to make that one. Fine, fine. What will big boy over here pick, eh? Ye with your scarred-up hands and your beefy arms. I'll take the biggest one, of course. Braxton booms. Gertrude cackles and rubs her hands together. That's the hardest one. You're gonna regret it, I reckon. Take your food and go, Gil says with a wave of his arm. Your kitchen is upstairs where we'll be serving ye all 7 courses in 2 hours' time. See, there are 4 portions. We'll be having our own date down here. So we will do our part. Don't ye go messin' up yours. We're quick to grab our paper bags and head up the tall, narrow staircase. While the main-level kitchen had more of an industrial vibe with a selection of stoves, fridges, and cooking areas, this kitchen has a homier feel. I can't believe we're making their food, too, I say. That's a lot of pressure. You're right. Braxton is the first to uncover his items. Chicken cordon bleu? He sounds shocked. Oh, I say. That'll be good. Yeah, if we don't mess it up, he says. What's in yours? I pull a handful of items out of the bag. A container of popcorn kernels, butter, brown sugar, and baking soda. Caramel popcorn, I say with a grin. The setup surrounding this date, entering the unknown, meeting the odd chefs, and preparing to cook a meal together, has formed an us against them type of thing. Big boy and the wee little thing against Gertrude and Gil. Will the novice cooks measure up to the professionals? Still, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't nervous about how things would go after dinner. What if I want to prolong the evening by heading to the bed and breakfast, and Braxton says he doesn't feel the same? Don't dwell on it, I tell myself. As Jeb Nobley would say, no man ever crossed a bridge before he came to it, but many have, in their attempts, missed out on where that bridge could lead. I haven't recalled that line for a long time, but it definitely fits in this moment. I look over all the ingredients, determined to focus on the dinner date for now. Well, I say, glancing up to meet his gaze, let's do this.
Chapter 15. Braxton. We start with the chicken cordon bleu, pounding the chicken breasts, slapping on the ham, topping it with Swiss, and rolling those babies up tight. Once they're baking at 350 degrees, we move on to the popcorn. So you're from a family of all boys, Maggie says to me. I puff my chest and clear my throat. You mean men? She grins while pulling an air popper from the pantry. Which of you guys likes to cook most? The answer is easy, but the subject matter is complex at best. Did you know we lost one of our brothers a few years back, I ask. Perhaps Kirsten already shared this tidbit with Maggie. Enlightenment flutters through her eyes. Now that I think of it, yes, I'm so sorry. Was it? She seems hesitant to finish the sentence. Drugs, I say. Anyway, Blaine took a home economics class in middle school and developed a passion for the culinary arts. I chuckle. One year they taught him to make English toffee. He came home wanting to make it for all the neighbors and friends for Christmas. My mom was hesitant, saying it's a complicated recipe and a lot of things can go wrong. But he insisted, did it anyway, and let me tell you, he nailed it. I sniff, affected by the pride in my own voice. I was always rooting for Blaine, sensing the underdog syndrome he fought trailing after 3 older brothers. You should have seen his face. We have a picture of it somewhere, Blaine wearing this huge grin, proudly standing beside cellophane bags tied with ribbons and bows. He had on our dad's apron since it was, not frilly like Mom's. Said something about bumpers, barbecues, and beer. Maggie lets out a soft laugh and rests a hand on my shoulder. That's a sweet memory, she says. A wave of emotion threatens my composure. Yeah, I say with another sniff. Maggie is easy to talk to. Too easy. I find myself wanting to open up to her in ways that are foreign to me where women are concerned. That's not how I usually operate. My forte is one of mystery and allure. Keep personal things close to the chest. Give only what I have to. What about you? I ask, already detecting the aroma of savory ham wafting from the oven. Who likes to cook more, you or Kirsten? She shrugs. Honestly, it's a toss-up. Both of us had to fend for ourselves quite a bit. My mom wasn't exactly the motherly type. I spin to lean against the counter and face Maggie, whose hand is draped loosely over the jar of unpopped kernels. I want to hear more about her past. I want to know how, after a childhood so messy, Kirsten and Maggie turned out so well. Was your dad around then? I ask. Maggie shakes her head. Hardly. They both have radical personalities, so it was like being raised by 2 squirrels. And instead of one sticking around while the other was out foraging, they'd sporadically pop in and out of our lives, showing up for months at a time, disappearing for days or even weeks, sometimes together, mostly apart. My mom asserts that people should be free and that parenthood shouldn't hold one captive. I cringe. Captive? Yep. I hear she actually enjoyed motherhood for the first few years with Kirsten, but that didn't last. And by the time I came around, let's just say that if it wasn't for Kirsten, I don't know where I'd be. Her story scratches at a haunting worry in my brain, one I keep attempting to bury. I'm sorry you guys had to deal with that. She glances up at me. And I'm sorry that you lost your brother, Blaine. Sounds like he was ambitious and kind. He was, I assure. We used to have this thing we'd do. I once asked him what the term sky's the limit means, and he told me it described something that had potential without end. From that point on, when he or I felt like the statement fit, we'd ask, what does sky's the limit mean? The other would say, potential without end. Then we'd look at each other and say it in unison, loud and proud. Sky's the limit, baby. Maggie sniffs. I love that. Sometimes, I add, if I'm having a moment I know he'd appreciate too, like making it to the top peak of a good hike, I'll find myself dying to say it, but I don't. Without someone else there to complete it, it doesn't feel right. She's grinning and wiping tears from her eyes at the same time, tears that show just how compassionate she is. Even though she was hurt, even though she had to form layers of protection over her heart, Maggie still feels things deeply. I like that. I wish I could meet him, she says. I nod. Me too. I like telling people about him. It sort of keeps him alive in a way. Maggie holds my gaze, making my heart race and my belly warm. Her hazel eyes look unreal in this lighting. Stars of gold, amber, and green forming intricate patterns I could gaze at all day long. I could really fall for this woman, I realize. And for the first time in a very long time, the thought doesn't scare me. When I was young, I used to fall hard and fast. I loved being in love, or what I thought was love anyway. But after Blaine died, it all felt too risky. Combine that with the series of divorces in our family, and my desire to get serious with a woman all but diminished. I haven't admitted it to myself until now, but Beau's concern was justified. I do have a guard up, or at least I did. Maggie, it seems, has found a key to that inaccessible place in my heart. Before long, the popcorn is popped, the butter is melted, and the brown sugar and Caro syrup are melting into the mix. The smell is as heavenly as the chemistry surging between Maggie and me. I whisk the mixture lazily before glancing up at her. It's starting to bubble. She grins. Perfect. When did it say to add the baking soda? After we take it off the heat and before we pour it over the kernels. The caramel is really boiling now and rising closer to the rim of the pan. I stir faster. Oh no, maybe you were right about using the bigger pot. She glances at the larger pan holding the popcorn before setting her gaze back on the caramel. Hopefully, we'll be good. We time the simmering action before turning off the heat and carefully moving the bubbling brew to the countertop. Good thing we only have the baking soda and vanilla left, she says. Nothing else would fit in that pot. Seriously. I measure the vanilla and add it while she stirs. Now for a teaspoon of baking soda, I say, plopping that into the caramel next. She stirs the small portion of soda into the mixture, and suddenly it transforms into a frothy, foamy life force. It rises higher and higher, up and over the edge like the head on a frothy mug of root beer, extending well beyond the rim and bloating even still. Lava-like chunks ooze off the edge and slide down the sides of the pan. Oh no, it's going crazy, she says through a laugh. Quick. I reach for the pot filled with popcorn. I'll put this one underneath it. She lifts the pan high, and I lift the container of popcorn so it's just beneath. I don't think this is how we're supposed to add it, she says as the caramel continues to mound and spill in foamy chunks over the edge. Hey, I say, if it works, it works. Now start dipping it, and I'll grab that spatula. Where did we leave it? With both hands gripping the pot handles, she glances over her shoulder and nods. Over there, by the stove. But since both of our pots are suspended, I can't step away just yet. I'll lower mine to the counter, I say, and you keep lowering yours as I go. Then once it's flat on the surface, I'll grab the spatula. She nods. Sounds like a plan. Lowering. Now. She lowers the pot as I do the same. Once mine is flat on the counter, I release the pan, untangle my arms from hers, and sneak a kiss to her cheek before dashing across the kitchen for the spatula. I could hardly help it with as close as she was. As we narrowly avoid disaster with the caramel popcorn, me mixing while she pours, I find myself glad we still have the whole night ahead of us. So long as Maggie's on board. The fact is, I don't want this date to end. I want to learn more about her. Find out just what makes her tick. Every time she shares something, a list of new questions spring to mind. The timer rings just as a knock comes to the door. It's dinner time, Gertrude hollers. Let's see how your food measures up to ours, Gil adds with a maniacal laugh. Just off the kitchen is a dining room with a view of the city. The table is set beautifully. All it's missing is the food. Gertrude and Gil take care of that, placing side dishes like risotto, roasted veggies, and a hollandaise sauce for the chicken. When they reveal a layered chocolate torte, Maggie speaks up in a whisper. I thought we were doing dessert. The popcorn is not dessert, Gertrude says, overhearing. 'Tis a snack for later. You're staying at the bed and breakfast tonight, no? Gil puffs his chest proudly. We own that too. Maggie and I glance at one another. Gertrude speaks up again. You're staying the night, right? 'Tis part of the package. We've been thinking about it, Maggie says, reluctance in her tone. We haven't decided since we're just getting to know each other. Then might I suggest you get to know each other there, Gil says. Exactly, Gertrude adds. No funny business necessary. There are 2 queen beds after all. Maggie shifts her weight and looks at me, that pretty pink flooding into her cheeks. I want to shoot her the devilish grin I'm known for, but I resist, not wanting her to misunderstand my intentions. Sure, I'd love to do all sorts of things with Maggie that don't involve talking, but more than that, I want to discover the ways we're compatible outside of the romantic chemistry that's been crystal clear from day one. At least on my end. I say we do it. I give her a soft, unassuming grin and lift a hand like a Boy Scout. I promise to be the perfect gentleman. I study her face as the clock in the background ticks louder. Gertrude and Gil lean in collectively. An audible gulp slinks down my throat. Just say yes, Maggie. You can trust me. My heart pounds faster as I wait. At last, she moves the slightest bit. It almost looks like she's nodding, but the action is so subtle I can't be sure. The slightest hint of a grin lifts one of her rosy cheeks. She pins her lips over that grin, but I'm positive now that it's there, revealing amusement or delight, I'm not sure which. Okay, she finally says. Let's stay the night. Gertrude claps her hands and squeals. Inwardly, I'm doing that very thing. I don't want this night to end. And it looks as if Maggie feels the same way.
Chapter 16. Maggie. The sound of laughter fills our shared room for the night. There are 2 beds, just as was promised, but so far, neither of us has moved from the bed we settled onto when we arrived. The bucket of caramel popcorn rests on a tray in the center, along with a now empty bottle and 2 champagne flutes. Braxton lies on his side, facing me while leaning on an elbow. On the other side of the bed, I lean against the headboard, hugging my knees to my chest. So each of you guys has broken at least 1 bone. I surmise from the stories Braxton just told. At least 1, yes. And all of you have had to get stitches someplace on your head. Yep, he assures. I shake my head. And here you were horrified over the story of me staring at light fixtures. Hey, I thought girls were different. Besides, what you did wasn't normal, he razzes. Boys being boys, jumping off high branches, rooftops, whatever else we could climb. That was all par for the course. Your poor mom. Yeah, he allows. The quiet moment reminds me of the other things he shared tonight. It's been nice to hear Braxton laughing as he relived several outstanding moments from his childhood, most of which included his late brother Blaine. I guess I should be saying, in your case, poor teachers, Braxton says. I chuckle enough to feel the aching muscles in my stomach, sore from all of tonight's laughter. You can say that again. Most of my outstanding childhood moments center around trouble with my teachers for acting out or sassing off. It was an effort to get one of my parents' attention, of course, not that it worked. And poor Kirsten, I add. She was the only one they could get hold of. Eventually, she started saying she was my mom. She'd apologize on my behalf. And then, instead of getting angry with me when I got home, she'd pay close attention to my accomplishments and give me lots of praise. And when that wasn't enough, she'd walk me next door to the Noblies and tell them all about the A+ I got on my paper, or the B I got on my English test. Much better than the D I got last time. Braxton groans. I knew I was going to eat my crummy words about Jeb. If I'd had any idea. You were just being honest, I say. Honest, yes, though, as someone once put it, I lacked any semblance of proper bedside manner. Heat floods my chest as I recall what he'd said to me after that comment. Some joke about me bringing up bedtime activities when we hadn't even gone on a date. What? Braxton asks, making me realize I'm smiling. I hold his gaze for a blink before searching his handsome face. I'm just thinking how funny it is looking back on our first few conversations. Now that I know you better, they seem more, oh, no. More what? I giggle. More entertaining. I get you now, I think. Okay, he says. If you truly get me, what am I thinking right now? It feels like a dangerous question. One that forces my mind to leap right back to the kiss we shared in the caboose. My gaze drops to his lips before rising back up to meet his, and there it is. That alluring spark of mischief I have come to expect and even love. He breaks our gaze enough to slide the tray to the foot of the bed. I watch as he tips the bottle, then each empty glass on its side. One after the next before assuming his position once more, leaning on one elbow while facing me. Only this time, he's closer. Much closer. Hints of his masculine spicy cologne toy with my senses as he meets my gaze once more. Where were we? I grin. I'm trying to guess what's on your mind. Braxton tips his head back. Ah, right. I run my gaze over him, taking in his late-night appearance. It's past 2 a.m. now, and as each hour ticked by, Braxton adjusted his clothes. First, stripping off the suit coat, then loosening his tie. Next, he unfastened the top 3 buttons of his white collar shirt and rolled up the sleeves, revealing his tan, muscular forearms. "Well?" he prods. My cheeks fill with heat. I laugh a little, feeling shy suddenly. "I don't know. I told you about the stitches I got when Liam threw that tin can at me. I have a scar on my face from that. Can you see it?" I tip my head. "That's what you were thinking." "I was thinking that you should probably kiss it better." I grin and blush again. "You were you?" I say, wanting to do that very thing. I straighten out my legs and scoot closer to him. "You should probably sit up so I can see better." "Good idea." He does, and soon we're facing one another, legs crossed, knees touching, hearts racing. At least mine is. I lift my hands to his shoulders, surprised by how intimate the act feels. I've imagined what his stubble would feel like against my palms, and dare myself to find out. With slow, rather tentative movements, I slide my hands over the open collar of his shirt. Gently then, I cradle his strong, chiseled jaw, reveling in the coarse sandpaper feel against my skin. Braxton lets out a sharp exhale. I love that he's letting me do this, letting me study the features of his handsome face, up close and personal. I trail my fingertips in a feather-light motion along his temples, forehead, and cheeks. He closes his eyes, and his breaths turn ragged. The action makes me realize how affected he is by my touch. I like that too. I trace over the tiny crow's feet at the corners of his eyes, the smooth plane of his forehead, and the delicate feel of his eyelids. Still no sign of a scar. Despite that, I lean in and press a kiss to his cheek, allowing my breath to linger over his skin. "Sorry," I say. "I thought I saw something there. It was just a shadow." He only gulps in return, and the sizzling chemistry between us burns hotter. His hands move to cup my knees, the warm feel of them enhancing the energy buzzing about the room. I search his face some more, lowering my gaze along his nose, chin, and back up to the peaks of his upper lip. At last, I spot it. A tiny white line that cuts through his upper lip on one side. Heat revs hot in my tummy. I should have known it'd be there. I tip his chin the slightest bit, lower my head, and press a gentle, lingering kiss directly along the scar. Another thrill rushes through me, fanning the pleasure clear down to my toes. I don't remember initiating a kiss before. Braxton opens his eyes to meet my gaze. The expression on his face shoots heat straight through me. Desire, longing, determination. His hands move up to my neck a moment before he leans in and closes the gap between us once more. With his lips a breath away, he whispers my name, then presses his full, encouraging lips to mine. I sigh, tipping my head as he deepens the kiss. He matches the sound with a low groan in his throat, his hands moving into my hair. Chills ripple up my arms as I savor every push and pull of his incredible kiss. Like the ebb and flow of the ocean tide, giving one moment, taking the next. Braxton's masterful mouth is putting me under a heavenly spell, and all I can think is more. The single word awakens me somehow, reminds me of the boundaries I set. Boundaries I have no intention of crossing, no matter how good this feels. And this does feel good. "Braxton?" I mumble between kisses. He kisses me again. A series of slow, teasing delights. "Yes?" I pull back to meet his gaze, but his eyes are still closed. I grin at the blissful smile on his face. "I'm liking this," he says softly. "Why are we stopping?" I laugh. "Because we can't keep going all night." "I can," he quips. I laugh again, swatting his arm. "Stop," I say playfully. "We should probably get into our pajamas and pick a bed." "Okay," he says, sobering and meeting my gaze at last. "I pick whatever bed you pick." He laughs and shakes his head. "Kidding. Maggie, you know that, right? I nod, because I do know that. He said he'd be the perfect gentleman, and I believe that he will. Still, I like the way he teases me. Braxton is fun to be around, and he seems to have a way of making me feel safe and desired at the same time. I consider that as I unzip my overnight bag and pull out my PJs, a matching camisole and shorts. I'll change in the bathroom, I say, and you can change out here. Works for me, he says. I walk slowly toward the bathroom door, an intrusive thought popping into my mind. I've never been in love. Would that fact scare Braxton away? It's not as if we're terribly young anymore. When I shared that fact with Jackson, the only guy I came close to getting serious with, he called it a red flag. I, in turn, considered that a red flag and ended things. Kirsten said it was just an excuse of mine, my way of breaking things off like I always do. Suddenly, I'm dying to know if the fact would scare Braxton away too. If that's the case, I'd rather he know about it now than later when I've gotten in even deeper. Braxton? I say, one foot in the carpeted room, the other on the tiled bathroom floor. Yeah? He's clutching a pair of checkered pajama pants in one hand, no shirt. I clear my throat, distracted by the idea of seeing that full muscled chest of his. I say, feeling deflated suddenly. I walk over and sit on the corner of the nearest bed. I want you to know something. He looks at me, his brow furrowing from the sudden shift in energy. Okay. My neck gets hot. My throat tightens. I've never told a man I love him, I say. Which is to say that I've never fallen in love before. I watch his face, my heart pounding like an angry drum. His gaze moves over the carpet, then settles on a spot on the bedspread. He nods again. Okay. Does that make you, I don't know, scared? About dating a woman like me? Braxton shakes his head and shrugs. No, not really. I gulp, eyes pinned on him, inwardly trying to decode his expression. His posture, his voice. Does he mean that, or is he just saying it? At my brother Blaine's funeral, Braxton says, effectively pulling me from my musings. A couple of kids from high school showed up, the Walker twins. A couple of miserable bullies. They had a horrible upbringing, and I figured they'd end up just like their messed up parents if they even lived that long. He sighs, his gaze glossing over as he continues. But in they come. All sympathy and success in tailored suits and sullen faces, telling me how sorry they are for my loss. And as I looked at them, thanked them, even. Do you want to know what I was thinking? His face goes hard, eyes still fixed on a distant spot on the wall. All I could think was, they made it. The Walker twins are alive and well. And Blaine is the one in that casket. How? He blinks and turns to fix his gaze on me. How? He asks again, voice heavy and coarse. I was bitter and angry and secretly wishing it was one of them. Heck, even both of them. For a solid year I had more thoughts like that, horrible ones. He takes a step closer to the bed, his expression softening. So let me ask you, since that's something that haunts me nearly every day of my life, does that make you scared about dating a man like me? I'm speechless as I stare at him, processing his words in my mind. As soon as they register, I rush to my feet, hurry over to his side, and throw my arms around him. Not at all, I say, somehow knowing it's all he needs to hear. Of course not. It takes him a moment, but soon his hands slide around my lower back, weak at first, but then his touch grows stronger. Braxton rests his forehead on my shoulder and sighs. And I'm not worried that you haven't loved some other guy, he says into my hair. Maybe I can be the first, the last, and the only. We stay in each other's arms as the minutes tick by, somehow knowing we've reached another stage in our budding relationship, just knowing that Braxton faces fears of his own. Something about that makes me feel closer to him. There's more than just a mutual attraction. We have a connection, similar barriers that have held us back in the past. And as I reflect on the last thing he said, I can't help but hope that maybe, if we're both willing to give this a try, we can get past those barriers together. Maybe one day, Braxton really will become the first, the last, and the only man I give my heart to. Chapter 17. Maggie. Dart number 3. Cupid's catastrophe. Ever heard of trauma bonding? I'm back in feast mode as I read about the next dart. I'm still floating on the high of the best date I've ever been on. Braxton and I shared ongoing laughter, incredible kisses, and a deep connection that has me shaking my head. This must be how people fall in love, I muse. More hopeful than I've been in years. As I take in the topic of trauma bonding in Lovely's book, I can't help but see Braxton's face, taut with anguish and grief. Does that make you scared to date a man like me? My heart aches at the mere recollection. I don't remember a time a man has allowed himself to be so vulnerable around me. I hate that those thoughts haunt him, thoughts he had no control over, thoughts he's decent enough to realize weren't fair or good, but they sounded, to me anyway, normal. We're flawed, after all, each and every one of us. I shift to consider the other things I learned on our date. Every time I think I've figured out who Braxton Wheaton is, he adds another impressive layer. Talented carpenter with a rebellious glint in his eye. Check. A man who cares about his neighbor enough to scoop dog poop off his lawn. Check. A deeply wounded brother who's still reeling from the loss in his own way. Check. Again. And he chose to open up to me about it. The chapters on Cupid's catastrophe explain that trauma bonding can happen by not only experiencing a traumatic incident together, but also by vulnerably sharing past experiences you don't often share. When there's a common thread in those experiences, the bond is even greater. With all these mounting affirmations, I can't help but think that Cupid has finally struck at last.
Braxton. Maggie and I find time to hang out the day after our date, and the day after that, too. Once the weekend comes to an end, we hang out after work each night, snuggling in a cozy nook in the coffee loft one day and going to my place the next, where she meets Martin and Muffy over the fence. We spend time at her place, too. It's bright, colorful, and it smells good, just like Maggie. As the weekend approaches once more, I ask her to help me create a coffee bar for my parents' master suite, an anniversary gift for the two of them. It's something my mom has always wanted, and my father hoped to give her one day. Having Maggie's help for the project makes me glad I put it off until now. She has more expertise in this area than anyone. I consider that as I hover over the mock-up I sketched out at my dining room table. I grip the architect pencil close to the tip while kneading the putty eraser with the other hand. I think that's it, I say, taking in our creation like a proud parent. She reaches down to place a kiss to my cheek. We make a good team. She's going to love it. They both are. I think you're right. I roll the eraser into a ball, press it against the tabletop, then sink the tip of the pencil into the mound so it stays upright. Once my hands are free, I stand and pull Maggie closer, pressing a kiss to her cheek before trailing my way to her tempting lips. You really took this to the next level, I tell her. I pride myself on thinking outside of the box, but you've got a lot of fresh ideas. Maybe you're getting a little stale, she teases. Oh, I'm not, I say, poking a ticklish spot beneath her ribs. Maggie squeals, dashing away from me and toward the kitchen. You might be, she teases once more. And you might be ticklish, I say, catching up to her and poking her sides again. She's laughing too hard to form words. Look at you, I say gleefully. So ticklish. I bet you are too. She reaches in and kneads both sides of my ribs at once, causing my muscles to spasm and tense, but at least I avoid giggling like a schoolgirl. Still, as I squirm back, Maggie wriggles out of my grip and races for the couch. You're like a rowdy child, I accuse, which only makes her laugh some more. Seconds after she lands on the couch, she points to the bottom shelf of my bookcase. Braxton, she breathes, is that Guess Who? I nod and grin. What kind of uncle would I be if I didn't have a few games at my house? Why? Do you want to play? Of course I want to play, she says eagerly. It's been ages. Okay, I say, liking how playful and fun she is. With Maggie, the surprises keep coming, and I like that. I imagine her becoming a significant part of my life. The home, the family, the future. Our relationship is chock full of possibilities, and I can't help but hope she'll be the one. We sit on the floor opposite one another and set up our boards. With Valentine's Day approaching, there's something I've been meaning to ask her. Something I hope she'll say yes to. Hey, I say before we start. My parents have an anniversary party coming up soon. It's a big one, 45, and I'd love it if you'd accompany me. Her eyes go wide for a beat, and then they narrow as if she's contemplating. A knot of uncomfortable heat forms high in my chest. I hope she doesn't think I'm moving too quickly, but the fact is, I could see Maggie becoming a part of my life. I want that, and I don't want to waste time or play games. I want to introduce you to everyone, I add. You do? I nod. Yes. 45 years, huh? They got married young, I explain. He was 19 and she'd just turned 18. High school sweethearts. She grins and my worry fades. That's awesome, and yes, I'd love to come. I sigh. Good. It's still a few weeks away. They got married on Valentine's Day, but we're celebrating the night before so it doesn't interfere with the holiday. Maggie's smile widens. Your parents got married on Valentine's Day? I shrug. What can I say? They're true romantics. I glance down at my board game, thumbing the character card before looking back to her. You know, she says softly, I've never had a date on Valentine's Day before. I lift a brow. What kind of idiots has she been dating? You haven't? She shakes her head. I guess I was never dating anyone seriously when it came around each year. Seems like it's kind of reserved for, couples, you know? That are official. I nod. What would the perfect Valentine's date look like to you? I always thought it'd be fun to go on one of those romantic dinner cruises on Valentine's. Spend the evening on a luxury ship on the water, fine food, a little music, and dancing. Plus, you get to dress up, which is kind of fun to do once in a while, I think. She holds my gaze, those hazel eyes melting new parts of me. Sounds perfect, I say, yet before the game starts, I speak up once more. Maggie. She glances back up. Yes? Will you be my Valentine's date this year? I promise to make it a night to remember. She grins and bites her lip, a rather adorable gesture I've noticed a handful of times now. Definitely. She nods and her cheeks flush pink. I can't wait. I grin in reply, unable to resist leaning across the boards and pressing a kiss to her lips. I test myself, making sure the fear hasn't returned. For me, it hasn't. I just hope that Maggie can say the same. I kiss her once more before pulling back and setting my gaze on hers. Neither can I.
Chapter 18. Maggie, Dart number 4, Cupid's creation. Found at the heart of creation is love. Lovely unveils her spiritual side in this chapter, and I'm all about it. All signs keep pointing to Braxton, who I'm certain was heaven sent. Even as I dive into the topic of creation and its accompanying chapters, I do so while Braxton fashions the coffee bar that he and I, in a word, created together. His parents are on an anniversary cruise, a gift from Braxton and his brothers, which allowed him just enough time to start and finish the job. A few weeks back, Braxton introduced me to his parents. They're absolutely charming, and they're crazy about their talented son who can build anything with his hands. As they should be. I wish my parents had that kind of pride and appreciation for me and Kirsten. But I don't resent it. Instead, I use it to feed me with hope. Braxton has that. And if he and I end up making mini Braxtons or mini Maggies one day, we can develop that kind of closeness as well. Seated on a comfy chair in his parents' spacious bedroom, I hug my beat-up copy of Cupid darts to my chest and watch Braxton put the finishing touches on the bar. I'm all but done with the book now. Save the closing chapter. And, of course, the inscription I've waited all this time to read. I fell back into savor mode with this last dart, enjoying the way it seemed to narrate the bigger picture of the great creator and his unmatched love. Beyond that, this chapter, like all the others, reflects yet another section of my blooming romance with Braxton, giving us every benefit known to true and everlasting lovehood. What do you think? He says, backing proudly away from the bar so I can see it. I set the book down, hurry over to his side to observe it, and then let out an enchanted sigh. It's a masterpiece. He gives me a wicked grin. You're quite the masterpiece yourself. You know that. He kisses me on the tip of my nose, making me smile and blush. Before we leave, I help him arrange the items I gathered to pull everything together. The new multi-purpose coffee cappuccino maker, another gift Braxton and his siblings went in on together, and the gorgeous glass containers I picked out to hold everything from coffee beans to K-cups. Charming his and hers mugs hang from a matching mug tree on the small kitchenette cabinet. Bottles of flavored syrup stand beside it. Last year, Braxton added a patio to the couple's second-story balcony, a sunlit spot of heaven where the two often enjoy their morning coffee. Now, they won't have to trudge downstairs in their slippers and robes to get their morning brew. "You're still holding Valentine's weekend for me, right?" Braxton asks as he rubs my back. Warm sunlight pours over my skin, adding to the pleasure of the moment. I have a boyfriend who wants to introduce me to his family and friends at his parents' anniversary party, one who wants to spoil me on Valentine's Day too. It's wonderful. I plan to spoil him as well. He doesn't know it, but I ordered Braxton a new tool belt with a special inscription inside. "Sky's the limit, baby." "Yes," I assure. There's not so much as a hint of reservation. We may not have used the L word yet, but I can see myself getting there. I'm certain that my days of uncertainty are a thing of the past. I lift his large hand, coarse from hard labor, and bring it to my lips. Scents of fresh wood cling to his skin. I press a soft kiss to each of his knuckles, and then I hug his fist to my chest and sigh. There's no one else I'd rather spend the day with. Hopefully, he feels the same way.
Braxton. I step out of the dressing room in a freshly tailored tux, checking the hem length on my pants. "Dios mío, estás tan guapo, hijo," Maria trills as she rushes toward me with the measuring tape draped behind her neck. "Gracias, Dulce Maria," I say. "Haces un trabajo magnífico." Maria blushes and swats my arm. "You know I'm a sucker for when you speak my language. I'm afraid those are about the only words I know," I admit. My family and I have been coming to Maria's suit and tuck shop since I was a kid. She claims the Wheaton boys are her favorite, but I've got a sneaking suspicion she makes all of her customers feel like that. Maria is special that way. She inspects me with a twisted lip before tugging my cuffs, adjusting my collar, and then stepping back to look at me once more. "Bend your arms." I do. "Flex your muscles out to the side." I do that too. She tugs the jacket of my suit coat and grins. "There. Relax." "Perfecto. Muy guapo." "Gracias, hermosa amiga," I reply with a nod. As I check out, Maria asks about my brothers, saying all but Luke have come to pick up their suits for the upcoming engagement party. "So you and Beau are the only ones keeping the suits through Valentine's Day. Does that mean you have a date with a special someone too?" I do. Her name's Maggie. She's beautiful, intelligent, ambitious. I sigh, feeling my face warm as I admit how crazy I am about her. She's really funny too. And strong and resilient. Maria prints out the receipt and hands it to me. "Sounds like you might like her a little bit." "Yeah," I say with a laugh. "I don't know how often you make it to the boardwalk on the beach, but she owns the coffee loft out there. You know, the old train station? I do know that one. With the train car edition? I know I'm beaming like a cheese ball, but I can't help it. I'm dang proud of Maggie and her accomplishments. There are 2 train cars now. I refurbished the second caboose. That's how we met." Maria claps her hands together. "I'm so happy for you, Braxton." I tell her about the storytelling events, the date prize in Richmond, and the tickets I secured for Valentine's, a dinner cruise experience that Maggie won't forget. "How magical," Maria says. "If you come to the anniversary party," I say, "I'll introduce you to her." "Oh, I'll be there," she assures, "and I'm looking forward to it." She gives my cheek a pinch. "Maggie is one lucky woman." I grin. "Thanks, and I am one lucky man."
Chapter 19. Maggie. The anniversary party is here at last, and I can't take my eyes off the celebrated couple. 45 years. Braxton's parents have been married for 45 years. For someone like me, it's almost like seeing a unicorn. Relationships like this do exist. That one sentence stirs all sorts of excitement in my soul. It's like a warm, crackling fire in the once frigid hollow of my chest. An entire month has passed since Braxton and I went on our very first date. Since then, we've been going non-stop. Nights out, nights in, phone calls, and lovey-dovey texts, filled with just enough sarcasm and snark to make me laugh out loud or smile in a crowd. I can't help but think I've officially graduated in a way. I spent years trying to leave my reservations and fears in the past. I read countless books about being open, vulnerable, and letting someone into my heart. In my past relationships, I was constantly running from that part of myself, the part that could undo everything with the sudden, drastic tip of the scale, from all to nothing. I feel no such inclination with Braxton. That's not to say falling in love with him is not a risk. but I'm confident that Braxton Wheaton is worth the risk. Over the last month, we've enjoyed several group dates with Kirsten and Beau, made all the more enjoyable by the fact that the kids will often come along too. When we're together, there's an undeniable sense of family and unity, and I can't help but bask in it every time. If she married Beau and I married Braxton, we'd have shared holidays on both sides, mutual in-laws, and the same nieces and nephews too. I don't let myself dream of it often, but during a party like this, I can't help but imagine what could be. Braxton and I make our way to a quiet corner of his parents' great room as the couple of honor happily greets their guests. His brothers are scattered throughout, chatting with family, old friends, and acquaintances alike. But here, in this small nook behind the grand piano, slightly hidden by Mrs. Wheaton's prize figurine display case, it feels like Braxton and I are alone. "You know what I've never understood," Braxton says, looking serious. "Sky's the limit. What's that supposed to mean anyway?" I shake my head for a beat, then recall what Braxton told me about his special exchange with Blaine. My heart cracks a little as I say it. It's like potential without end. He grins like I've fallen into his trap. "That's what we have," he says, looking at me expectantly. I gulp, half melting from the incredible sentiment and half intimidated by it too. Suddenly I remember that the two of them used to say it together afterward. "You're right," I say with a knowing nod. I'm relieved when he follows my lead as I speak up again. "Sky's the limit, baby," we say in unison. Braxton pulls me in for a hug. We've shared something that I can't exactly explain. Something intimate and sacred. He trusts me, and I trust him too. More than I've trusted any man besides Jeb Nobley. So when are we going to make this official? Braxton glides the tip of his nose along my temple, allowing his heated breath to tease my skin. Goosebumps rise up my arms, making me grin. I turn to catch his gaze, delighted by that roguish glint in his eye. Anticipation stirs low in my tummy. He's going to ask me to be his girlfriend, I know it. Official? He takes me by both hands and looks longingly into my eyes. "I love you, Maggie." My heart misses its next beat. A tiny gasp pulls at my throat. And despite my best efforts, a splinter of fear pricks through my barrier. It's tiny, minuscule even, but it's there, threatening that ever-dreaded infection, the disease of my fear that could ruin everything. His brown eyes search mine expectantly, telling me that it's my turn to speak, to return the sentiment. He gives my hands the slightest squeeze. "I just thought you should know." Yeah, right, he just thought I should know. This is a test. It's his way of testing me, and I'm failing. Falling. Drowning in my aversion to being vulnerable in return. "Oh," he says, "there's Maria. You've got to come meet her. I told her all about you while I was picking up my tux." I can tell that Braxton's trying not to get hung up on the fact that I didn't return his sentiment. His posture is wilted, and he's avoiding my gaze. "Wait," I blurt. "I don't want to fail. I don't want to lose him." Braxton is no stranger to fear, but he's pushing past it, expressing himself despite the risk. I glance about the place, my chest achy, tight, and threatening to close in on me. My mind is shouting, "Say it! Say it whether you're ready or not." But then Braxton moves in, bringing his mouth to my ear, his 5 o'clock shadow grazing my cheek. I inhale the heavenly, spicy scent of him, half affected by his spell, half wondering if he'll tell me to just act normal so we can get through the night. Will he break things off after this? Say he's changed his mind about dating a woman like me? "It's okay." He breathes against my skin. "I don't want to rush you. You don't have to say it until you're ready." He presses a kiss to my upper cheek, then plants another just beneath it. With a series of soft, sensual kisses, Braxton trails a path to the corner of my lips, warming and delighting me all at once. Desperate for more reassurance, I lift my chin just in time for his mouth to meet mine. When it finally does, Braxton's kiss is strong and certain, seeming to tell me all he wants me to know. He really does love me, and he really is willing to wait. Soon, his movements become slower, gentler, softer. "Now," he says, clearing his throat. "Get ready to meet Maria. She's a small business owner too, so you guys have a lot in common. Kirsten gives me a wave as I catch eyes with her through the crowd. I have no idea what she reads on my face. Shock, disbelief, delight? My sister knows me better than anyone, but even if she had a manuscript reading of the dialogue in my head, she still wouldn't know how I'm feeling. Not even I know. Still, I greet Maria with a smile and congratulate her on a job well done with Braxton's tux. She tells me that he was gushing about his new girlfriend during the fitting, and I nudge Braxton playfully. That's so sweet. I like telling people about him too. It's a lie. An unnecessary lie at that, one that causes me to shift my weight and look away. The fact is, I don't want to gush about a man who could walk away and leave me answering awkward questions about what happened when it's over. Throughout the remainder of the party, I managed to pull myself together. Braxton told me he loves me, and when I couldn't say it back, he gave me all the love and assurance I could ask for. Each time I replay the sentiment, I believe it a little more. And more even still. By the time the party's over, I've been introduced to most of the family's friends, relatives, and church community too. We convince Braxton's parents to head onto the patio for a soak in the hot tub while we clean up. "So nice to meet you, Maggie," Colin Wheaton says on his way out, a towel draped over one shoulder. "Between you and Kirsten, you've made my sons very happy." "Thank you," I say from my spot in front of the kitchen sink. "They've made us pretty happy too." "Right?" I add, nudging Kirsten, who's doing dishes with me. "Definitely," Kirsten says. Mandy Wheaton, who's standing beside her husband, looks at Braxton and Beau in turn. "They better." She meets eyes with me and pulls an impish grin. "Too bad you don't have a few more sisters for these two." She points at Liam and Luke. Liam shakes out a fresh kitchen garbage bag with a sharp snap. "No doubt. I'd take one of the Modella chicks in a heartbeat," Luke adds, making most of us laugh. Braxton, however, bops him on the head with a balloon before tossing it in the open sack. "Watch it." Colin and Mandy grin affectionately at the scene. "Well, thanks for making this night a success, kids," Colin says. "We couldn't have done it without you." His gaze settles back on Kirsten and me. "Hope to see you gals soon." "Me too," we say at the same time. The couple heads onto the patio in their swimsuits and closes the door behind them. "Man, I admire them," Luke says. "I envy them," Liam admits. Braxton catches my gaze from across the way, his subtle grin seeming to say that we might be well on our way to getting what his parents have. I smile reassuringly back. Yes, I decide. We really might be. It's okay that I didn't say I loved him back yet. If Braxton is as patient as his parents are, something I've witnessed firsthand, then I'm sure that I'll get there. "Can't believe you ladies hung in there for all of that," Braxton says, as he tugs one end of crepe paper from a cluster of balloons. "They were champs." Beau rounds up the high-placed balloons, shoves them into the garbage bag, and takes it from Liam. "Take that full one out front, will you, Liam?" he asks. Liam grabs the bag and heads out front. Kirsten hands me a freshly washed cake pan and grins. "We really are champs," she agrees. "We probably both deserve foot rubs." I dry the pan while nodding hugely. "Yeah, and maybe another slice of cheesecake. That was so good." Luke, who's sweeping the kitchen floor, pipes up next. "Hey boys, while your women are giving each other foot rubs and eating cheesecake, why don't we go out and grab a few drinks?" Beau chuckles under his breath. "Very funny. Look who almost missed the party," Liam says as he bursts back inside. "Braxton, it's a good thing you're still here. You would have missed seeing your favorite cousin." Before I can see who's stepped in with him, Kirsten nudges me in the arm. "Here comes a big one. Are you ready?" She holds a large crystal punch bowl with dripping fingers. "Yep," I say. "How you doing, man?" the latecomer cries. My gaze stays on Kirsten as she hands over the hefty crystal bowl. I set it carefully on the counter and secure the dish towel once more. "Chad," I hear Braxton bellow. "So good to see you. You remember my wife, Viv." My eyes go wide as I piece the names and voices together. "Oh my gosh, Viv!" Sure enough, it is them, minus their little boy, Skylar. I secure the punch bowl with one hand and lift the other to wave at them. "Where's your little guy?" "My folks are watching him at our place," Chad says. Beau points at the couple. "Didn't I see your folks here earlier?" "Oh, they were here all right," Chad says. "We just didn't expect them to stay all night." "Wait," Braxton says. "You guys know each other?" Viv's gaze darts between me and Braxton. I was going to ask the same thing. How do you guys know one another? "Braxton and I are dating," I say to her before turning to Braxton. "And Vivian's one of my best friends." Vivian starts to squeal. "You two are dating?" I grin and nod. "And Chad, you said you're one of Braxton's cousins. Not just one of his cousins." He tosses his arm around Braxton and slaps his chest. "I'm his favorite cousin. This guy was the best man at my wedding."
Chapter 20. Braxton. That's right, I agree, reaching behind me to smack Chad in the chest as well. "You can't have been Chad's best man," Maggie blurts. She plops the dish towel into the punch bowl on the counter and looks between me and Chad like she's seen a ghost. Chad's best man was an absolute jerk. My brow furrows. I know Maggie's got to be mistaken, but Viv speaks up before I can even form a word. "What are you talking about, Maggie?" she asks, concern thick in her tone. "I didn't want to tell you," Maggie says, "but the real reason I didn't walk in your wedding line that day is because Chad's jerk of a best man compared me to the Bride of Frankenstein. Instantly, I picture the sassy woman in the massive neck brace who hobbled away after telling us off. I laugh out loud from the shock of it. That was you?" "Yes," she snaps. Another laugh forms low in my chest. One of bafflement more than amusement, though it's funny too if you think about it. "That is hilarious," I say. "All this time, and we never knew." "I wouldn't say it was hilarious," Maggie retorts. "In fact, you should be embarrassed for how you treated me that day." She's practically yelling now. I glance at Viv, Chad, and my brothers as they stand there, looking as stunned as I am. I am embarrassed about how I treated her that day. I mean you. I was going to apologize, but I couldn't find you. Did you honestly think I was going to stick around after that? I was humiliated. "Maggie," Kirsten says, "maybe you and Braxton should take this into the other room." "No, it's okay if everyone hears this," Maggie says. "I mean, I had been to one wedding after the next, watching all my friends get married, and Viv had really talked you up. I was thinking that maybe I was finally going to meet my person. I'd shut out men before that, but I was opening myself up just in time, hoping that you might just be Mr. Right. And, after the way you treated me, I shut down all over again." I roll my eyes. "You're blaming me for that now? I can't believe you're rolling your eyes like that." "Yes, I blame you for that. You were terrible to me. I didn't even know you." I take a step back and eye her up and down, wondering what sort of crazed universe we just walked into. But then it hits me. I know exactly what Maggie's doing right now, and I'm not about to let her get away with it. I square a hard look at her. "Have you forgotten that you're not the only one who plays this game?" "Game?" she shrieks. I nod. I have fears too, and I can blame things in my past and look for all sorts of reasons to back out of a relationship or refuse to look for love. I walk closer to the counter, eyes fixed on her. But what it all boils down to is ourselves, no one else. I'm not listening to any more of this. Maggie backs away from the counter and tears out of the kitchen toward the front room. "Maggie, wait." I move to follow her out, but Bo puts an arm out to stay me. "I'll go with her," Kirsten says, looking first at Bo and then at me. "She'll be fine. She just needs a minute to cool down." I nod in response, but I'm not so sure she'll come around. I replay the way I expressed my love for her and her inability to return the sentiment. I was hurt, but I was also okay with it. I didn't want Maggie to feel rushed. Still, if she's panicking, if she's looking for a way out now that we're getting in deep, this is just the sort of thing she'll use to break things off. Viv follows Kirsten without so much as a protest from anyone. "Sorry, man," Chad says over his shoulder as he follows his wife out. Traitor. My brothers surround me with somber faces and head shakes. They've been through this before. They've been through worse than this. They married who they thought was the love of their lives. They had children together, then were faced with their greatest fear, having it all fall apart. Perhaps the timing of this isn't so bad after all. If Maggie is destined to leave me sometime, maybe it's better now than later. Perhaps my fears were doing me more good than I thought. It's possible that people like Maggie and I are better off alone. Braxton. I lift my arm to make the mug in my hand clank against those in the center of the table. I don't drink often, and this stuff is hitting me hard. My head is woozy, my vision is fuzzy, and parts of my face feel numb. Here's to brotherhood, Luke booms exuberantly. Yeah, I say with a slur. You guys are the only people I can really trust to stick around. That's not true, Bo says with a pat to my back. Liam pulls a sour face. Just let him have his pity party, will you? Yeah, I scold. You big. I search for a blink, finding that my vocabulary has dwindled. Mean face. Geez, you really don't drink often, do you? Luke laughs, and the others join in. He's had one draft, I hear Liam say. Bo gives my back another pat. He is our baby brother. Don't talk about me like I'm not here. I think back on a term the waitress used when we ordered the first round. These mugs are giant. And don't act like you guys didn't ask for the strong ones. I heard you say high tip. When that doesn't sound right, I try again. Top, I mean point, high point. I shake Bo's arm off me like it has cooties, feeling more agitated and irritable by the minute. You and your perfect little relationship with Kirsten, I snap, who, by the way, should have a harder time trusting men than Maggie does after what she's been through. I let loose the diatribe I've memorized over the years, reciting all the excuses I have to be fearful and patting myself on the back for being the one to stick things out this time. The gold liquid in my second mug gets lower, and the overhead lights start to tip and sway. But my message must be heard. And over something I did like 3 years ago, I gripe, get over it already. This isn't how I pictured the night going, Luke says to Liam. Me neither, Liam agrees. I flinch. Oh, I'm too boring for you guys? Try too whiny, Luke mumbles. Bo stands to his feet, pulls a few bills from his wallet, and drops them onto the table. Why don't you guys head over to the bar and start a new tab? I'll make sure Braxton gets home all right. I don't know how it happens. But soon, I'm hobbling up my porch steps, my arm draped heavily around Bo's back. He punches the code to my garage keypad and helps me inside. Once I hit the sheets, my emotions turn on me. Gone is the hot indignation that fueled me on after Maggie stormed off and left me feeling like a sap. In pours all the sorrow and sadness I've stored up for years. Blaine died. Everyone is divorced. Mom and Dad are getting old. And now, I lost Maggie, the woman I hoped to spend my life with.
Chapter 21. Maggie? I wake up to the sinking feeling that the heart hole is back, sucking the hope and happiness from me without mercy. Things between Braxton and me are over. I wondered if I'd feel differently after a not-so-good night's sleep, but I'm even more certain than I was last night. There's no saving this. I don't want Braxton if he can't acknowledge how much he hurt me, and I'm sure he doesn't want a woman who could fly off the handle over something that happened so long ago. A flood of embarrassed heat threatens to consume me as I consider the fit I threw in front of Braxton, his brothers, and Chad and Viv, too. Did his parents hear it from the patio while soaking in the hot tub? I hope not. That'd be a crummy end to their evening. I shrug, knowing I can't undo it now. Not sure I'd want to, even if I could. The fact is, this breakup is inevitable. We may as well just let the relationship disintegrate now before we waste a bunch of time trying to fix it. Last night, I was really worked up. I spent hours venting to Kirsten and Viv while they tried to console me. Chad, bless him, had gone home to pick up Skylar and get him to bed. I sensed the women were biting their tongues, unwilling to defend Braxton while I was still so angry. I could tell they thought there'd be time to talk sense into me later. If that's what they were thinking, they don't know me as well as they think they do. Things are over, and I'm surprisingly numb. I shower, get ready for work, and snatch the emerald evening gown I plan to wear tonight from its hook on my bathroom door. The rental bag is draped protectively over the top, preserving the fabric that glitters and shines beneath. I may as well return it on my way to work. There will be no fancy Valentine's date. Once I near the boardwalk strip, I park in an alley across from handcrafted home goods and walk the rest of the way. No need for anyone to know where I am today. As it is, my phone will remain powered off. Jane and Matt are running the front well enough that I decide it's time to peel that wallpaper off the closet walls in my office. It's been driving me crazy since I bought the place. Please tell anyone who asks for me, no matter who it is, that you haven't seen me today, I instruct the shift crew. I make it through most of the day without dwelling on what happened, and each time I do happen to think of it, I assure myself that I'm doing the right thing by letting the relationship fizzle out. I leave work early because there's a frozen salmon fillet and a decent-sized screen calling my name. For the first time since I bought her, I wish Sunny was a little less bright. I don't want anyone to spot me. I want to be invisible for the next few days. Maybe I won't go into the coffee loft at all tomorrow. I tap the garage door opener, pull carefully inside, then turn off my engine and push the button once more. Maybe I'll just stay here forever. It's not until I'm exiting my car that I notice I forgot to drop off the dress. Agitation sparks hot at the sight of it, all sparkles and silk and beauty. Other women get to go on Valentine's dates. Other women get to get married and force a bunch of ladies to dress in gowns they picked out. But not me. I snatch the gown off the garment hook in my car, march decidedly toward my trash bin, and plop the thing right on top. Sure, it has a covered lid that separates the dress from the trash in the bin, but it's a satisfying gesture all the same. Take that. Dress I'll never wear anywhere special. I creak open my door as that one word, never, echoes through my mind. Sorrow crashes into me like a tsunami, pummeling me from every angle and making me weak. I barely make it to the lounge chair as tears well in my eyes. I plunk into the corner and reach for the tissues because the tears are falling down my cheeks already. Soon I am bawling, sobbing, releasing all the heartache that comes as I imagine letting Braxton slip out of my life. I picture the way his face looked after he told me he loved me, the anticipation in his gorgeous brown eyes that show his emotions more than anyone I've known. Or maybe it's just that I know him so well. I can sense, by the slightest furrow or quirk, exactly what mood has struck him. He's easy for me to read that way, which is comforting. Other things I like about Braxton pour in. He's thoughtful and generous, just seeing everything he's built for his parents. That really affected me. He's gifted, too. I love walking into the caboose and hearing my patrons ooh and ah. It's not only a work of art, in a way. It's a part of him, his creation, and it'll be there as long as I own the loft. The acknowledgement makes me smile, then cry some more. More admirable traits flood in. He's witty, silly, smart, and successful. He's proud of me. He was so proud as he introduced me to nearly every person at the anniversary party. And he loves me. He said it right out. In fact, he wanted to make things official. Something about that acknowledgement pricks my mind. That's why you're doing this, it says. You're scared. Well, so what if I am? That doesn't change the fact that Braxton is the cruel jerk who humiliated me in my lowest hour, making me crawl back into my shell for another 3 years. Besides, that's not even what I'm most upset about. I'm upset because his reaction was just as immature and terrible as his behavior that day. He had the nerve to call it hilarious when it was anything but. And even if I could get past that, I'm way too embarrassed over the fit I threw. I'm embarrassed that I continually fly off the handle at things like comments about Jeb Nobley's work and some silly story about me getting my rear end slapped. I'm humiliated that Braxton knows that I'm the ridiculous bride of Frankenstein he and all his buddies laughed at that day, and I never want to see him again. I shouldn't be surprised when Kirsten shows up at the house, but I kind of am. I hoped she'd just get the message that I don't want to be bothered today. I need time to be alone and cry and feel sorry for myself. But she doesn't talk. Instead, she simply grabs my remote, puts on a Taylor Swift music mix, and scooches into the lounge chair beside me. I rest my head on her shoulder while she runs soft fingers through my hair. Kirsten has always been somewhere between a sister and a mother figure to me. She wasn't like other sisters who told you everything you wanted to hear, like your high school bestie. She's always spoken more from a place of wisdom. 2 songs go by before she speaks up. Want to talk about it? I sniff. No, but then I do start talking about it. I tell her everything that's in my heart. The upset, the anger, the humiliation, and the sorrow I feel over losing something so special. Saying all this to the one person I feel safest with in the world is nice, but I know it can't stay like this. Soon she's going to lecture me, tell me I have to think rationally, and talk things out with Braxton. But then I consider something. She probably knows something I don't. Kirsten probably knows just what's going through Braxton's head about all this. Perhaps Braxton told Beau that he didn't want anything to do with me after last night. And maybe Beau said he didn't blame him, which would likely infuriate Kirsten. If such a chain of events took place, she wouldn't be forthcoming about it. Things are good with Beau and you, right? I say, after a long pause. She nods. He's picking me up in a few hours. I scrunch my eyes shut. For your Valentine's date. I picture the green dress and wonder if Kirsten noticed it when she opened my garage. Right, she says. I think back on something and dare myself to ask. You and Beau recently said you loved each other for the first time. Who said it first? I did, she says. And he just said it right back? Yes, but it doesn't always work like that. It's okay if you wait and say it when you're ready. From what you told me, Braxton understands. I recall our whispered conversation while we washed dishes at the sink. Kirsten's reaction made me feel like maybe it wasn't such a big deal after all. But a lot has happened since then. My advice to you is don't say it until you're ready. But once you have that first realization that you've fallen in love with him, seize the moment. Tell him right then and there, no matter where you are or what's happening around you. I nod wordlessly. It's an assumptive thing to say, as if Kirsten believes that day and time will actually come. If it ever happens, I say, hoping I can follow through with what I'm about to say. I'll do it. Good. Kirsten lifts my copy of Cupid darts from the side table and thumbs through it. After a while, she asks me something. Did you ever read the inscription on this? My shoulders lift, then fall. No. I was waiting. Kirsten gently closes the book and rests it on the coffee table. You should read it. I don't know if I want to now. I feel like that whole book is ruined for me. I was so positive I was on the right track. I think you are on the right track, Kirsten says. You just hit a speed bump is all. Why isn't she telling me what's going on with Braxton? I know she knows. How did he spend his night last night? Was he as upset as I was? Is he as messed up today as I am? Are you going to turn your phone back on now? She asks. It's like an unspoken game of hardball. If I want to know what's going on with Braxton, I have to be willing to hear from him directly. The thing is, if I turn on my phone to find I haven't missed even one text or call from him, I'll feel worse than ever. At least while it's off, I can imagine that he's trying very hard to get through, asking if I'll forgive him, if we're still on for our Valentine's date. Only, as the day has gone on, it's gotten harder to imagine him making any such attempt. What's Braxton thinking? I finally ask. Kirsten holds my gaze. The boys went out for drinks after we left. Braxton ranted the whole time. He's upset that you're willing to throw out a good relationship over something that happened before you even knew each other. That's only a small part of it, I say, irritation coating my words. You saw how he acted about it last night. He was a total jerk, laughing like it was no big deal. Kirsten stands to her feet and smooths a strand of hair behind one ear. I heard that, yeah. But I also heard you blaming Braxton for stuff he shouldn't have to take the blame for. Well, he practically ruined my life back then, I say. I just wanted him to say he was sorry. He did say he was sorry, Kirsten says. She's getting her coat on now. I didn't hear him say he was sorry. Kirsten wraps a bright red scarf around her neck, then toys with the fringe as she looks at me. Be honest. If this hadn't come up last night, do you think you'd have found something else to blow up about? I laugh a little too loudly. Nice one, but no, I don't think so. But then I remember having a similar thought this morning. This isn't me just vacillating, Kirsten, I say, testing the truth of that declaration as it leaves my lips. Even I'm not convinced. And who's to say he'd even still want me after this? I add, standing so I can hug her goodbye. Kirsten rests her hands on my shoulders and gives me a soft smile. If he's the right one for you, he won't let this get in the way. And if you're the right one for him, you won't either. She presses a big sister kiss to my forehead before pulling me in for a warm squeeze. You are amazing, she says against my hair while embracing me. You're worthy of love. You're capable of giving it. And you're capable of receiving it too. She squeezes a little tighter before letting me go, then tugs the keys from her pocket. Read the inscription, and then turn on your phone, okay? Okay, I say. The ball is in your hands, Maggie. You need to get out of your own way. With that, she steps out and closes the door behind her. I hear the garage open and then close. Whatever, I say. I trudge back to my seat, grab the book, and flip open the front cover. At first, it's a few niceties, expressed gratitude for hosting her book signing and for being a fan of her other work. But just above her signature, she leaves me with some personal advice. Keep in mind, Maggie, no one holds tighter to an unhealthy pattern than someone who's about to give it up completely. When you feel yourself doing that, unclench your fists, let go, and let yourself love. At last. Fire encircles my heart. It's like Clarissa Lovely pulled some sort of Christmas Carol miracle, having caught a glimpse of my Valentine's future and given me the exact advice I'd need at this moment. And it's more than just advice, it's encouragement too. Look how tightly I'm holding on to my own ways, willing to let a man like Braxton Wheaton walk out of my life at the first sign of trouble without even talking things out. But what that means, if Lovely's correct, is that I'm about to release it completely, to make the changes necessary to stop getting in my own way. I picture the dress on the trash can and gasp. Hopefully it hasn't absorbed any odors through the plastic lid and protective wrap. My heart races as I dash for the garage, yet just before I fling open the door, I pause and recall what Clarissa told me. Unclench your fists. I pull in a deep breath, close my eyes, and make a fist with each hand. I picture everything I cling onto when relationships get too serious or too tough. My insecurities, my past hurts, all of the terrible things I've witnessed. They're only the negatives. I've let so many good things pass before my eyes, holding only those that feed my narrative. And right here, right now, I'm letting them go. Forever. I twist my wrists so my hands will face the floor. Then, I uncurl my fingers and imagine all that junk falling away from me. When that's done, I shake out my hands and summon an image of Mandy and Colin Wheaton. I picture the looks they exchanged during their anniversary party when Braxton and his brothers took turns sharing memories from years past, memories that caused laughter and tears alike. At poignant spots, Mandy and Colin would turn to one another and exchange a look that might seem subtle to some, but for me, as someone green to that type of lasting love, that look said everything. It spoke of the years they'd shared, the troubles they'd overcome, and the joy and adventures that awaited them. Most of all, it spoke of the one thing that enriched each day of those 45 years. The fact that they'd lived them, together. I picture that devilish glint in Braxton's eye, the one I spotted on that very first day, and let myself dream of a time 40+ years from now, where we wordlessly appreciate the years in our wake. I ball up my fists, bring them to my heart, and vow to hold on to this instead. Now, I decide. It's time to rescue that dress.
Chapter 22. Braxton. I nod my head to the blasting beat from the car stereo. I am pumped up with all the excitement and hope I need to make this night go just right. I wasn't sure what I would do when evening came around. Would I call Maggie and ask if she still wanted to go out? Or would I simply return the tux and head out of town for the night? Find some snowy cabin where I could light a fire and tend to it all night long. But a few hours ago, I got a text from Maggie's sister that set me on a new course. Kirsten, please don't let Maggie spend Valentine's Day alone. She's really upset about last night and embarrassed by it too. But you guys can get past it if you're willing to try. This can be a minor setback that you both learn from, or it can be a flimsy excuse to give up on each other. I hope you'll make the right choice. Kirsten's message did something for me. It gave me permission to pursue Maggie, to try and follow through with the plans we made. I don't want to give up on her and what we have. And it's not like last night's blow-up will be the only issue we encounter in life. As a couple, we'll have our fair share. But, like Kirsten says, we can choose to learn from them instead. Bless Bo for letting me take the Cadillac again, even if we are just parking the thing at the port and boarding a ship for the evening. I shift gears to lower my speed as the turn for Maggie's neighborhood approaches. No less than 20 minutes after receiving Kirsten's text. I sent a text to Maggie. I'm sorry for how I acted last night, and I'm sorry for hurting you at Viv and Chad's wedding. If you're willing to forgive me, meet me on your porch step at 5 o'clock sharp. She might suspect what I have in store, seeing that I told her to wear a formal gown, but I have a surprise up my sleeve that she's bound to appreciate. That is, if she shows. A quick glance at my dash says it's 4:55. The countdown is on. I pull into Maggie's driveway, anticipation building with every breath. Now is the moment of truth.
Chapter 23. Maggie. I pace across my bedroom floor, eyeing the shoes I picked out for tonight. I might be zipped into the gown with my hair and makeup done to perfection, but I can't get myself to commit to the heels just yet. I think back on the text Braxton sent. If you're willing to forgive me. Could that really be his only condition? And what if he's changed his mind since sending it? It's been hours now. 5 o'clock is getting closer and closer with every tick of the clock. Since reading Lovely's inscription and determining to apply it, I feel less angry, less embarrassed, and less afraid to confront the ugly encounter from last night. Yes, I had a freak out. But if Braxton isn't willing to let it tear us apart, then neither am I. With that in mind, I tiptoe over to where my heels rest and slip into them, bending down to clasp the straps around my ankles. Suddenly, I hear the sound of a car door closing. I dart upright, glance out my window, and barely catch sight of Braxton in a tux. He's not approaching my door yet, though. Instead, he's ducking into his back seat to retrieve something. I pull back from the window and hurry across my room, brow furrowed as I try to guess what's waiting in his back seat. The old grandfather clock, a gift from Jeb, chimes as it hits 5 o'clock right as I make it to the door. Without a second's delay, I twist the knob, pull open my door, and step right onto my porch. As soon as I see Braxton, my eyes go wide in surprise. He's wearing a tux, all right, but that's not all he has on. I'm not sure which medical staff from what hospital he had to bribe to get his hands on it, but Braxton Wheaton is wearing a King Kong-sized neck brace that hinders his stride and squishes his face, and makes my heart explode with all the feels of a woman who's well on her way to falling in love. "Hi," he says from the bottom of the step. I can tell he's attempting to look down and check his footing, but the contraption won't let him. "Braxton," I say, hurrying down the steps to greet him before he gets hurt. "Where did you get this thing?" "A nurse Luke and Liam know from the singles group," he says through squished lips. "I'm going to force myself to wear it the whole night to make up for what I did to you." "You are?" I ask as a shocked laugh sneaks past my throat. Braxton blinks twice. "I can't nod," he gripes, "but yes." I level a look at him, suspecting that Braxton is far too vain to ever really do such a thing. And the truth is, I would never let him. Still, I decide to have a little fun before letting him off the hook. I nod. Okay, he squeaks, eyes bulging. "Sure. I'll probably have to drive." I glance over at the car. "But I'm sure Beau won't mind." Braxton sniffs and attempts to rub his nose, but his arm gets stopped by the halo bar. "You know," I say, reaching in to scratch his twitching nose for him, "when I wore this, I had to keep it on for 4 whole weeks." He pulls a nervous-looking cringe face like I might ask him to do that too. I start to laugh. I can't help it. He's so cute with his tux and the stormtrooper neck brace, his face all squished and thinking I'd really make him wear it all night. Yeah, he mumbles. "I know. I look ridiculous. You have every right to laugh," but I only shake my head and reach for the Velcro strap around his ribs. I give it a tug, and the sharp sound from the Velcro echoes in the confined porch space. "What are you doing?" he asks. I move to the halo strap and give that a tug next. Another echoing hiss from the Velcro. "I'm setting you free," I say. It takes a few more steps to get the whole thing loose, but soon, I'm hoisting the giant thing from his body as Braxton takes a step back. His hair is tousled, and his face is flushed. "There," I say, setting it gently on the step. "The fact that you were willing to wear this is enough for me." "It's more than enough," I add, wrapping my arms around him and pulling him in for a warm embrace. "I really was a jerk," Braxton says in my ear as he squeezes me tight. "I shouldn't have laughed about it, but if it makes you feel any better, I thought you were cute." I yank back and smack his arm. "You did not?" He nods adamantly. "I most definitely did, and man, it feels good to nod again." He runs a hand over his throat. "I could tell you were pretty despite this big contraption, and I liked your sass." "You're lying," I say, not at all convinced. I knew you'd say that. He tugs his phone from his back pocket and pulls up an image on the screen. He shows it to me. At first, I think it's a picture, but then I realize it's a video when Braxton taps the screen. I see a guest signing book and realize by the last name embossed on the cover that it's Chad and Viv's. I remember you leaving a funny message on our guest book, comes Chad's voice. So, Viv and I dug it up last night and thumbed through it. Lo and behold, we found that funny message right here by your signature. The camera zooms in. I read a scribbled version of Braxton's first and last name. Beside that is a note that says, "Set me up with neck brace girl once she gets the brace off. I think I like her." I gasp. There are dozens of signatures above, below, and all around it, but my eyes can barely move off that one spot. Braxton speaks up. I was laughing, saying it was hilarious even, because I was attracted to you even back then. I liked how you told me off. I should have apologized, sure, but... He sighs and tucks the phone back into his pocket. I had a lot to learn. I still do. I stare at him for a blink, perplexed. Did you really think I'd agree to go out with you after you did that? He grins. Kinda. If I apologized, that is. I hoped. Well, I say, taking hold of his arm. I'm going out with you now. Yes, lucky man that I am. Braxton leans down and hoists the brace off the ground. He opens the door for me, and I climb into the passenger seat. After he hoists the hefty brace into the trunk, Braxton settles into the driver's seat and pulls a pair of tickets from his pocket. I told you to dress in formal wear, but I didn't say what we had planned. He hands over the tickets and I read the event line aloud. Dinner cruise for two? I squeal in excitement and rush in to give him a hug. You remembered, I say, bringing a hand on my chest as I bask in that fact. Remembered? I booked it the very next day, the platinum package, which means a guaranteed window seat. He leans over and kisses my lips. I mumble. I can't wait. You know what I'm excited about? Braxton says after backing up and straightening the wheel. The whole ride we have ahead of us. Which reminds me, what does that line mean? You know, that whole sky's the limit thing. I tap my lip and pull a perplexed expression. I think it means potential without end. I grin, remembering that I still have the tool belt to give him when we get home. Sky's the limit. He smiles in return, his parting lips a cue for me to join him. Sky's the limit, baby, we say. Braxton shifts the car into drive and revs the engine. I picture the treasure I now hold in my heart, the vision I'm holding onto with both hands, and bask in the joy and hope it brings. Sky's the limit, indeed. Epilogue. Maggie. Who's ever heard of rebounding anyway? Luke grumbles under his breath. Liam sinks deep into a leg stretch. I think it sounds fun. It is fun, I assure them. Bo hands Kirsten her water bottle, and they each position themselves next to a mini tramp. Yeah, he says, but is it a workout? Braxton rolls his shoulders back. It will definitely be a workout for you, old man. Who are you calling an old man? Colin Wheaton asks. Not you, Pops, Braxton assures him. Here, you and Mom use these up front with the bar? Oh, good, Mandy says, following Braxton to the front. I was hoping some would have bars on them. The woman looks up at me. What kind of music are you going to play, dear? Braxton says you play a lot of Metallica. I grin and shake my head. He's teasing. Do you like Taylor Swift? Mandy presses her hands over her heart. I love her. Good, I say. Then you'll like the playlist. I don't care what music you play, Luke says. So long as Jessica Rabbit's going to be here. Actually, I say regretfully, Jessica doesn't attend the class. She teaches it. She's the one I'll be subbing for off and on. What? Luke whines. She's the only reason I agreed to come. Liam swats him on the back of the head. You agreed to come because that's what we do. We show up for family. Yeah, Braxton says. Besides, you know this is just a practice class. It'll only be us. So there won't be any women? Luke shakes his head. I pull an apologetic grin. Not unless we have a few randos show up. I instruct everyone to step onto their tramps and warm up by shifting their weight from one foot to the next. Just as I'm about to cue the music, 3 stragglers hurry in. My nephew, Jack, leads Beau's kids, Parker and Paige, into the studio, where they each set down their bags, remove their jackets, and take tramps of their own. Paige goes up front by Mandy with a wide grin. "Hi, Grandma and Grandpa. Hi, Maggie." She waves at each of us in turn. I grin back. "Hi, sweetheart. Thanks for coming." Jack reveals that crooked smile of his as he shoots me a peace sign. He and Parker take the tramps in back, pushing one another off balance with outstretched arms. I watch Kirsten and Beau exchange a look that says they're pleased the boys came. It must feel good to be raising such great kids. I can't help but take a little credit for how well Jack is turning out, too, since I've played a big part in his life. I have an incredible playlist, one that will have Paige singing her little heart out, I hope. I adjust my headset, ready to get things started, when I'm struck by the sight before me. Bouncing on mini trampolines throughout the studio is a group of people who are here for me, showing support in this silly side venture of subbing for a workout class from time to time, giving me a good practice round with a live, active group. It's nothing major, but they showed up. And what had Liam said to Luke? We show up for family. Braxton and I have been dating for 3 months now. And while we haven't exactly made wedding plans, the Wheaton family has embraced me like one of their own, just like they did with Kirsten. A rush of warmth gathers in my chest like a delightful heart hug, something that happens quite often, thanks to Braxton. In fact, those heart hugs seem to have effectively patched up the hole, layer upon layer, putting me at ease, allowing me to be vulnerable despite the risk, allowing me to love him, though I haven't exactly uttered the words. But I do love him, I realize. Kirsten's words of advice play through my mind. Once you have that first realization, tell him right then and there, no matter where you are. I will. I had promised. My focus shifts to Braxton as my emotions swell. He holds my gaze, and suddenly a hint of concern sparks in his eye. "You okay?" he asks. "Do you need anything?" I shake my head, not sure why he's asking until it hits me. He's reading the emotion on my face. I grin at him. "These are good feels," I say. He tips his head back and gives me a thumbs up. "Gotcha, good. You've got this, babe." I think of the title of the song I'm about to play. Ready for it? It reminds me of the day I first met Braxton, and of everything we've been through since. Anticipation stirs deep within me. Yes, I realize, answering the question in my mind. I most definitely am, actually, I say, the urgency beginning to gnaw at me. "Come here." I motion for Braxton to meet me at the front of the room. He hops off his trampoline and hurries up to me. "Yeah?" We're face to face now, and the love I feel for him multiplies as I form the words in my head. "Braxton?" He nods. "Yes?" I wrap my arms around him and move my lips to his ear. "I love you." He pulls back to look in my eyes. "You said it," he breathes, sounding shocked. I laugh a little. "She said what?" Colin asks. "Maggie said she loves me, Pops." "We actually heard it through the headset mic," Liam admits. "I didn't hear it," Colin grumbles. "Of course she does," Mandy says. "Who couldn't love you?" "I sometimes don't," Luke says. "Dude," Beau hollers. "Did you say it back?" Braxton turns to face me. "It's been a while, but I've been dying to say it again for a long time." "Then say it," Paige hollers while bouncing excitedly on her tramp. "Yeah," Mandy urges. "What are you waiting for?" Braxton chuckles and takes my hands. "I love you, Maggie Modella, and it only grows stronger every day." And just like that, I'm getting another heart hug, so full and thorough I feel like I could cry with the joy it brings. Braxton rushes in to kiss me, then mumbles against my lips. "I knew you were falling for me." He kisses the tip of my nose. "Really, though, I think you just made me the happiest man alive." He takes a few steps back and releases my hands. His shoulders are higher, his chest broader. It's a glimpse of that peacock pride, but this time, I'm playing a part in it. He's proud that he's loved by me, and I like that more than I can say. Now, he says as he hops back onto his tramp. "Let's see what you've got." Suddenly, the door swings open, and a woman pops her head in. She's blonde, beautiful, and curvy. "Do you have room for one more?" "You bet we do," Luke answers, moving from the other edge to make room for her. "Great," she says, then motions into the room with a wave of her arm. "Go ahead." My eyes widen as I see who strides in. Mr. Cheetah Print himself. He gives me a wave and hops onto the tramp beside Luke, stretching his arm out for a fist bump. "Let's get this party started," he cheers. Laughter breaks out over the group. "That's a great idea," I say, hitting play on the music at last. The song starts up with its kicking beat, an ever-important question, one I ask myself in return. Am I ready for it? I'm happy to say that, where love and commitment are concerned, I can finally answer with a big, fat yes. The end.
Thanks for listening to Java Hearts and Cupid Darts by Kimberly Krey. USA Today best-selling author Kimberly Krey has written clean romance for 15 years. With 45 published novels, her readers count on rich characters, engaging banter, and swoony romance with sizzling kisses. Whether it's cowboys, billionaires, suspense, or rom-com, her faith-filled romance offers wholesome entertainment in all the beloved tropes. She has a fervent love for Jesus and spends her free time enjoying family, her dogs, and her new adorable grandbaby. To stay connected and receive a free book, subscribe to Krey's newsletter by visiting her website at kimberlykrey.com. Find more books from the Coffee Loft series, written by other authors, on Amazon. Want to know more about Braxton's brothers, Bo, Liam, and Luke? Check out the 40-something Singles of Virginia Beach series by Kimberly Krey, also on Amazon. See Krey's YouTube page to choose from several other audiobooks available now, or search her up in Audible.